Please work. I'm not used to this camera angle either, so I apologize. Okay, I think it's working. My cat's freaking out about a squirrel. That's cool. Now I can change the thumbnail, right? Mollusk!
Hey Sheriff, did
Hello.
you know I can split a log in half just by looking at it? It's hard to believe,
gotta squeeze
but
real
I
hard.
saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Superman would like a word. That's so good. Damn, Mollusk. Thank you for the 100 bits and the joke. Oh, I was thinking, Mollusk, by the way, I really want to, I was thinking about doing, like, a marathon of streaming Sekiro until I beat it. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I think I would lose my mind for sure. Okay, I think that worked. Let me grab chat from YouTube. And chat doesn't really need to be that big, because there's not a lot of messages happening over there. Be sure to change top chat to live chat, folks. It automatically does top chat on YouTube, so be sure to double check that if you don't want to miss anyone's messages. Kitty is... She's fucking losing her. She's doing the chirp thing. The weird chirp thing. Okay. Wow, my chin looks weird today. Oh yeah, that's right. I have like a bunch of fucking weird zits over here. Don't look at them. Don't do that. I did give you that cat. Can't remember. Did I give you that cat? Yes, you did, Sonny. He stays on my couch because that's the only spot in the house he makes sense in. Okay, I should be live on YouTube and Twitch now. You ever hit it from the back and realize she got lower back dimples? Hell yeah. That's the stuff right there. Apparently I have lower back dimples, but they're not always visible for some reason, which is weird. But I've seen them in pictures of my butt. Thanks for the talk, nominators. Yeah, of course, Conky. Thank you for the talk. Doesn't that new fucker in charge of Warner Bros. Want to remake Lord of the Rings movie? If someone tries to remake Lord of the Rings, I think that it's gonna be... We're gonna have a lot more problems on our hands than the 2024 election, okay? Like, that's just, like... That's an insane thing to do. Hi, Gaff. Gaff are over on the tube. It works. Waffle, hello. Brian, howdy doody. I'm gonna try and get better at looking at both chats. I need to find a new plugin, like a good plugin where I can, like, have both chats on one chat, but then also, like, have them not appear on screen in the same chat. So, like, the higher power is telling you where to put your thumbs. Yeah, right? I just told the stream alert spot in DC he's fired, and he told me that's odd. Good sir, I must apologize for misunderstanding that may have arisen. However, I must inform you that I, Me6, am not subject to such mortal exempts of employment or dismissal. As stalwart knight of the digital realm, I am here to serve you and assist with the utmost dedication and efficiency. If there's anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. And I might add, tacos are delectable. Did he really say that? Tacos are a delectable choice for sustenance during one's leisurely pursuits. Me6 is not responsible for accuracy of AI response provided. Whether related Me6 or not, this message will not be displayed with your own custom bot. What the fuck? I'm here, you can start the stream. Daka, good morning. You're live on the tubes. No offense, it just works out. I'll take your word for it. Thanks, guys. That game is pretty long, even if you don't do the optional stuff. Are you serious? How long would, like... How long should it take me to beat it? Maybe it's not a good idea for me to try to do that. I've been trying to think of, like, things, like, I really want to beat... I basically want to finish... My hair looks fucked up. I basically want to finish, like, all the games that are on my computer that I haven't played or finished. And if I start playing them and I hate them, I'm just not going to play them, I decided. I'm just gonna stop making myself do that. I'm curious how long it will end up being, especially for me, because I'm not good at it, apparently. I can also cut a log in half by clenching my sphincter. That's the way you gotta do it sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta clip it early and get out, you know? I have been summoned to bring havoc upon this land. Still, hello! Scandabilly, good morning. Oh shit, run. Yeah, don't bring the no-no here, Federal. I've been off my other sites for a while because I was sick for so long. I'm gonna try and get back to it all this weekend, so... Yeah, just don't talk about it here. We get in trouble. Haram, dude. This is tyranny, don't ask. In Dwarvish, bruh. What? Casual banana? Casual banana. No links in chat. 30 to finish the main. Hours? 70 to 100% the game. Who's Gabagoo? Some people don't like Lord of the Rings. My chat's not showing me everything. For some reason, my BTTV is, like, screwed up. My head is scabby. Can't believe this is basically a hate crime. No more, like, 30 minutes? Doubtful. I spent hours just trying to beat the tutorial boss, like, the intro boss, dude. Yes, hours. I think 30 hours is reasonable. I'm not going to 100% Sekiro. That sounds like a nightmare. 30 hours is pretty reasonable because I put like 100 hours in Elden Ring to beat it. So I feel like 30 is like super doable because that's only like what, 5 or 6 streams? That's a good game marathon, right? And that's granted if I can like actually play the game. The mods here are too fast. I don't even have time to read. Get good, bitch. Nerf them too strong. What game? The samurai game? Yeah. Pokey Stickman. Does watch time on YouTube stream contribute to your growth goals, or is it just video watch time? Watch time on YouTube contributes significantly to my growth goals. In last week alone, we got 90 public watch hours, which is more than I've gotten in the last, like, 6 months combined on YouTube. So, I've projected that if we maintain those numbers, we will reach YouTube partner in, if I can get the right amount of subscribers as well, we can reach YouTube partner in 3 months. I'm gonna make an announcement about all the stuff on Discord, because I don't know how much I can talk about here. But, yeah. Went to school with Pokey Stickman. Wait, that was his brother? It's always the bros. Joe Nuts. She projects if she maintains the numbers, she'll be able to fly without jetpack in 3 months. That's true. Flight will be maintained. I'm going to wait for people to load in for a little bit here, guys, before I start reading. So, if you're waiting to hear Lord of the Rings, we're just going to wait for some of the peeps to load in, because I don't have a starting soon screen when I'm in the living room. So, Joe Mama got me real good. There's so many scabs on the back of my head, and my hair's in pigtails. I didn't realize my head was scabby. Perhaps upload some of the older Twitch VODs onto here as well. I don't really have a lot of old Twitch VODs. They delete every 2 weeks. And I don't really like uploading VODs. I don't even know if I, like... Having VODs stay up on YouTube is, like, a weird concept to me. It seems weird to me, and I don't really like it. But, like... Whatever. It's gotta be done. But I am going to start working on some more videos, like my vlog and stuff like that from Mexico, and the ASMR, B-movie, and things like that. Another Lord of the Rings stream, yes. TPR, heck yeah. I also didn't intentionally do this. This was totally just because it was the first long sleeve on the pile. Totally wearing my token shirt today. Got the 6 sleeves, dude. Got me some Morgul blades going on. Pretty hot. Gamer Bean, what's up? I got no work tomorrow and 3 bottles of champagne. Bring it on, wankers. That's a lot of champagne. I drink 1 bottle of champagne, I'm fucked up. This is the coziest streams. Dag, hello. We're doing super cozy today. I didn't turn on the flame light because it was just kind of a pain in the butt. She's crabs on her head. What the fuck? Maybe. Took Pup to work today to meet people, and she was all stranger danger. I'm not saying hi to any of them. That's cute, though. Cautious animal. What are your pronouns? She, her. You can also call me banana, daddy. Yeah. You can call me anything, really. Nothing offends me as far as that goes. You can call me dude if you want. It doesn't matter to me. They come out in droves today. Yeah, you guys are on it today, damn. It's just one no-lifer. Maybe E. The fuck? Heard anything from Elgato? No, I won't be getting that until mid-December, it looks like. Which is gonna be good, though, because it's gonna change content for the better. Significantly. Unhinged. Ban the mod. Sheriff. Death. Footstool. Good morning. How are you doing? I am the elder. The wisest. Dude is just most accepted gender neutral term in my house. I wish everyone looked at dude as a gender neutral term. And I know that it's predominantly meant to be male initially, but like California happened. I don't know what to tell you. California happened, and there's no going back from that. Barney, what's up? Welcome back. There are 2 blue mods, although I have forgotten their names. Gandalf the mod. Imagine being a turd then getting smacked for 3 seconds of posting. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, just a heads up. Telling chicks they don't have titty is, like, kind of rude. But, like, this is a really chill place, so if you want to hang out and you didn't get banned yet, then, you know, that means mods gave you a second chance. And that's pretty cool. So, it's up to you if you want to be a rude piece of shit or not. Also, I'm cool with my boobs. My boobs look great. There's nothing wrong with them, so it's fine that they're tiny. I don't give a fuck. Sheriff Reed's Token is my favorite podcast. We're on a good chapter. I thought we lost the bookmark earlier and I was panicking. We're on the Ring Goes South, so we just got done with Council of Elrond. We're almost done, too. Look at that. We've only got a few chapters to go. And then we'll move on to Two Towers. Or we can read a different book. Whatever you guys want. But it's also 2 blue mods. Anyone gonna see FNAF in theaters or on the cock? I don't know what that is. My pronouns are footstool. They only apply to Sheriff. That's right. I don't like mods. I don't think anybody does. I like mods. California haven't. There's no going back. Show booba. The mod's only here to ban anyone who doesn't think my pup is cute. That's true. No tit shame here. Hey, got you up on the big screen on the YouTube. Double nerd viewership. Nerd, thank you. I appreciate that. How are you doing? B. Mods can't consensually kiss my booty. That's sexy. 3 more quotes and they won't be found anymore. F in chat. Wait, what? Oh, 404 not found. I get it. Oh my god. Holy shit, that's funny. Dafka. That's good. The fourth that 404 quote needs to be 404, something to do with not found. Mods are dictators in the shadows. 5 Nights at Freddy. What is that? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Can't stop partway though. Must read all 4 books. That's true. We didn't read Hobbit, did we? We just started. Oh wait, that's because I've reread The Hobbit so many times, and I was like, I'm not rereading The Hobbit again right now. I think was the decision. I would love to try and read Silmarillion to you guys. That would be funny, because everyone would be like, "What?" and I'd be like, hey, "Okay." Fuck's sake, bro, that's so good, dude. What does your shirt say? I've been trying to read for 3 minutes. Token. It's a JR token. The guy, you know, the dude. He's vibing. Feeling accomplished today with making 2 eBay sales and making 6 listings. Hell yeah. I wish I understood how to resell things good, but I don't know. I don't know if I can ever do that. F for Doombox. Can I get some F's in the chat for Doombox, please? My loyal community. Our first fallen brethren. F in the chat for our brother Doombox. The fallen one. If your audio and video desynced, when Beans turn the tubes on, refresh and realign realities. That's a thing that you can do. So sad Sheriff killed him. I didn't mean to. When you first started talking about the marathon, I thought it was going to be about D&D. That would be sick. I would love to do. I want to do D&D again. Read us the Bible because we're all good goddamn heathens. That's actually really funny. I could read the Bible. Bible reading ASMR. It's hard to read all the elven names. Dude, I read Silmarillion for the first time when I was like 7 or 8. And it was fine, but like the way he writes in that specifically is so weird. And like I just remember being like that's how I like learned like a lot of things about English was like having to ask my dad like, why is this written like this? And like being like really confused, and my dad's like, I don't know, ask your mom, because like my dad wasn't really a big like Lord of the Rings fan, but my mom was like a huge Lord of the Rings fan. That's like why I'm so obsessed with it, is because she got me super into it as a kid. Great learning experience. Mante, what's up? I just saw your cat. Where'd she go? She's been climbing up here occasionally, and she's being real fussy today. Actually, is that your cat? How are you? I do have a cat. It's gray. So if you saw a cat, it was probably mine. Hate that E. coli took beans from us. All we have now is this well-made AI clone to keep us company, but she's just an empty shell. It's true. I'm sorry. Hi there, Sheriff Water. Hi. You guys can feel free to yell at me in YouTube chat if I don't see something too, by the way. I'm still a DM. We can play whenever you have some free time. I need that. This winter should be good. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do through the winter on stream and stuff. Agree that dude being gender neutral. Also, howdy. Howdy doody Cass. How you doing? I'm gonna leave the streams up while I go try and get my life in order at the gym. Thank you very kindly, Waffle. I appreciate that. Dropping some squats whenever that's applicable. Have a good stream day, y'all. I'll do them right now. You look so comfy. Pajama. I am very comfy. I'm on my couch. I got my pillow. I cleaned my sheets yesterday, so my pillowcase is mostly clean. I drooled last night, apparently. Snowball fights with chat. That sounds awesome. Petted a stray pup for the first. He was very friendly and extremely cute. I love that. I'm going to do some squats. You guys won't be able to see it. I'm super sorry. This book is so destroyed. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I forgot to post a picture of the drawing on Patreon. I still think his mouth looks weird, but I'm not going to do anything about it. There's just... Wow, I have a huge bruise on my leg. Whoa! Look at that shiner. Ow. That hurts. Didn't realize. Thank you, Dehydrate. Teach me D&D 2, please. Want to play for years. Closest I got right now is Baldur's Gate. We'll start a D&D campaign with everyone that wants to play, and it'll be super fun. What the hell did you do? I don't know. Must have bumped a counter or something when I was drunk. My squats are not for chat. They are for the greater health of the community leader. I appreciate that. You're doing MMA fights in your sleep again. I do fight in my sleep quite heavily. They can use their minds, the dirty fuckers. True. Jordan Peterson looks like low-tier Batman villain named Benzo Kermit. Jordan Peterson is scary, okay? He's a scary person. Oh my god, what's with the suit? For sure, I would recommend poking. Wouldn't recommend poking bruises, yeah. Hello, Sheriff and friends. D, good morning. Banana is going brown, yeah. Someone dropped me. Shoved me in a lunchbox for too long. Screams in YouTube. Hi, nerd. I made Oathbreaker, Paladin, Warlock on Baldur's Gate, and it's got me so invested. I want to play Baldur's Gate really bad, but I have to take apart my PC and put SSDs in it, and I really don't want to deal with that right now because I'm mid-craft in the studio. Its own signature on his suit. I hate Jordan Peterson so much. Have you fucking heard his, like, audiobook clips about his grandmother, like, putting pubic hair in his face and stuff? It's so weird. Like, had a dream about his grandma. Just Google it. I'm not even gonna get into this right now. Dropped these nuts. Peterson's strange. Sad, strange little man. He is very weird. What up, dude? Kapoor. Howdy doody. I will not be Googling that. It's pretty funny. It's disturbing, but it's pretty funny. Love how Larry Studio support LGBT by calling it Ball and Gay 3. Peterson's the worst. Dude, my hair's so long I can twirl it. This is a nightmare. When he got the acid suits, he got weird. I watched AI Joe Rogan video of Peterson and Rogan arguing about Bionicle. That's awesome. I love that. I'm on an internet at the moment. Pop out chat, so I can't see you. Understandable. Kapoor. Ah! Trying to get better about reading YouTube chat. I'm doing my best, folks. I'm doing my best. I don't even know how many concurrents I have. I need to figure out a way to get all this sorted out. Now there's just a picture of Jordan Peterson. 3. Okay. 5. Very good. You guys are great. And I believe in you. We're doing a great job. I don't know how to fix my posture if I'm trying to be comfy. I will sit like this for the time being. It's freezing cold, by the way. It's been snowing, and I hate everything. When you went, it came around second time on the tubes. That's funny. Chubby. Sour Man the White. Speaking of Saruman, where is Sour Man? Sheriff, I need to look for skin-tight pet costume for that one. I thought you were going to say something completely different just then. I need to look for a skin-tight pet for that Halloween costume idea. I agree. I agree. I don't know what I'm going to be for Halloween this weekend. I don't have anything ready. I have nothing ready. I could put on a witch hat and call it a day. Snowing. Here it's 70 and cloudy. What the fuck? It's the northeast. It's been very warm. Double nomsers. Wowza. You just keep that snow. I don't want it. 80? Heard that as Sour Man the White. Yeah, I think that's how I said it. By accident. 82 today. Blah. What the fuck? Dude, it was like in the 70s. And then the next day it was like 40 degrees. And I was like, what happened? Like, and now it's just cold. I'm freezing cold. Like, my hands are so cold. I finally moved all my shit and, like, turned on my heaters. Hoping that that helps. Don't you have a banana suit? I have a banana hoodie. I need to make one myself the way I like it. Did I just crash? Sounds wonderful. I don't want it. How is it 82? Oh my god. Be a cult leader for Halloween, the banana cult. No one can know in real life. They'll find out. They'll figure it out. They'll connect the dots. They'll be like, it's this stupid bitch. Be a cult leader for Halloween. Read Fahrenheit 451. Really enjoyed it. It's a short book. Yeah, I haven't read that one. Haven't gotten around to it. Very contained plot. I love how it illuminates the dangers of reading the wrong stuff and how burning books is fun. Have you ever read any Kurt Vonnegut, Conky? I think you'd enjoy, maybe. I love his books. I'm reading Galapagos right now. It's pretty funny. Stop scratching. I'm not actually scratching. I'm just playing with my hair. And, like, getting scabs out of my hair because they're just in my hair. But thank you. Wait a second. Stop scratching. Super Nerd the Gray and Sour Man the White. Oh my god. Why do you need to make a banana suit the way you like it? Is the way you like it outside of the normal of a banana? What's your perfect banana? No, I just want it to be like, to fit me perfectly and to be like the exact shape of banana I like and things of that nature. I also just like making things, so. Oh, my posture's not great. Still trying to figure out what your band is not, so it's not that easy to connect the dots. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. I came back to say that I'm going to my first Halloween club party with my partner. It's a gothy vampire party in San Francisco. Are you gonna get pegged? That sounds like fun. I just regularly go sledding in shorts and t-shirt, and now I live in Houston. I have done life wrong. You like the cold and you moved to fucking Texas? What? That's how I remember the flashpoint for paper. I just remember the title of that book. It's funny. This guy. Yeah, that fucking guy. He's weird looking, but he writes good books. She needs it to conform to her body shape. I do. Shape of banana she likes. Very specific. Just so you know, we said multiple times that Beans releases info on her band when she wants. We asked to respect her privacy and not to mention stuff here until she does otherwise. Well, thanks, Cocky. Yeah. It's not a big deal, but I don't, yeah. I'll talk about stuff, but try not to, you know. And I know things happen and, you know, whatever. I'm not going to keep talking about it. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. The more I say, the more problems I cause, apparently. Not getting pegged till I get home. The people at the club have not earned my ass. Understandable. What'd he write about? He writes weird shit, dude. I think I started with Slaughterhouse 5, which was crazy. Stephen King, he's weird looking. Everyone, they're all weird looking, man. They're all out here being weird looking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. I apologize. You're fine, Death. You're totally fine. No worries. No anxiety, no worries. At least you're not like those people, like, there's much worse. There's people who just come in here and straight dox me all the time, so you're fine. Just respect your privacy, even if you know, just don't discuss it. Yeah, if you know, if you happen to know, just... What the fuck was that? If you happen to know, just don't talk about it in chat, please. Like, don't give details that people don't need to know, you know, if you know something. Or if you know me in real life and you're here, like, don't share things about it, you know? 1 second. There's a knocky walk. You guys, it's here. It's here. It's the dox police. That scared the fuck out of me. This is what we trained for.
Let me smash.
You guys are awful. You scared the shit out of me. Armani, thank you for following. It's here. I don't know how to express how excited I am. Also, this is weird because I have chat right here, cameras here. Everything's weird today. It's the fridge 2x4. Oh, shit, get the 2x4, and if you do, I'll ban you. There's always anxiety. I live in constant state of dread. I also live in a constant state of dread, so... Woosah, you're totally fine. Fun fact, Flashpoint of Paper is actually 662. They lied to me. You're on the list, first strike. Just kidding. It happens. Oh, Jesus. I need money and I can. A few groupings together for some cash. A few groupings. Ding dong. FBI open up. She's going to prison. We knew this day would come. It's okay, it's just Cheese Guy. I swear to God. No, you guys know what came? It wasn't me, but do you know what came? Who got banned? Nobody got banned, Joseph. The reason Big Daddy is taking so long to start reading is because she's making us banana pudding from scratch. Once it's done, she'll read and we'll eat kiwi. That's true. We're just waiting for people to load in still, because I think we're in the first, like, 30 minutes still. 2319, we have 2319. Code red. Armani, what's up? How you doing? Gank, good morning. How are you? Red alert, all hands battle stations. What happened to that guy that doxed himself? Matthew? You talking about Matthew right now? R.I.P. Matthew? Can I get some R.I.P. Matthews in chat, please? He wasn't just anyone. He was Matthew. Yes, doctor. Stop teasing us. Let her read chat. She takes a while. I read everything in chat. You just gotta let me do it. Hi, do you follow people on Twitch? I do follow people on Twitch. Thank you for waiting. Sour, hello. Sour Man the White is here. Your resident wizard have arrived. I summoned you mentally, I think. Is the clock pendulum swings an instant before the bell rings? Does it sound like a tick, ding, talk, dong? I don't know, Octopus. R.I.P. Matthew. R.I.P. Matthew. What did happen to Matthew? He's gone, dude. Why you gotta R.I.P. him? R.I.P. Matthew. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Gank you. What the fuck did I just say? Thank you for, Gank, thank you for being so welcoming to the YouTube crowd. Takes a long time to say anything in Old Entish, so you can't expect her to respond to chat quickly. I may be an Ent. His name was Matthew Paulson. What was his last name? Wasn't his last name also, like, public? Fuck, I'll never know. Okay, do you guys want to know what came in the mail? I kind of want to open it, but I don't think I should. Because I might make a big mess. His entire life was public. Yeah, it had his real name as his username. God. I'm actually selling off a few of my books. Gasp. I need money so I can group a bunch together for some cash. Oh! That makes more sense. Who came in what mail? Who came in whose mail? The Drildo 9000 adult toy. Drildo. Fascinating. The laser cutter is here. And you fuckers know we're gonna be laser cutting crazy shit on stream. Unfortunately, it has to be in an enclosure. And I don't know how I'll cam that, but the laser cutter's here. My journey begins. Frickin' laser beams. I think I'll try to send stuff to people on Patreon once I make, like, a first batch of, like, random things. But I also realize hair clips is not something that, like, men want, and, like, most of the people on Patreon are men. So I'm gonna try and come up with something nice to laser cut for you dudes there, you know? Imagine being named Matthew. Couldn't be me. Part math, part you. Who would have thought of that name? If you open it in chat and get a sharp and blackout info or rip off shipping label. Yeah. Good hot tip if you want. This is crazy, actually. I figured this out during the pandemic. If you want to black out a shipping label, you can also just, like, if it's not covered with tape, most shipping labels, if you spray Lysol on them, like the disinfectant spray, the ink disappears. Crazy, right? Did you buy the glasses? What? Oh, the laser glasses? No, because the enclosure I have has, like, the enclosure I got has, like, a window on it. I am gonna order some glasses as well.
Let me smash.
But, Red Cloud, thank you for following. Send to the mods. Yeah, I'm gonna send stuff to you guys, too. I gotta figure out how to send you guys beanies still. I still have those beanies. We've got things to send to you guys. I guess I could send clips, hair clips to a few of you because you guys have girlfriends. So I could still do some hair clips. Laser cut cock ring. That sounds difficult. Should have some laser goggles. You guys. It sounds so realistic. Why? Death, why? Bling, ball bling. It's for your balls. You could make that. I could. Jock in elementary school was named Matthew. He proposed in 5th grade to some girl named Lauren on the playground with a ring he stole from his parents. That's pretty funny. Dude's fucking got riz. I'd give it to You guys have girlfriends. Am I a joke to you? You don't have one. I don't know if... There's a couple that I don't think do right now. Well, I mean, Bandapka. I like how you both instantly think along the same lines. Solid gold diamond encrusted cock ring or bust. I can also do... God damn it, that's so... That's horrifying. I can also do the YouTube plaque project. I don't know if I ever talked about that. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I'm doing a surprise video. And it's gonna be a lot easier now that I have a laser cutter. There's a lot of things I'm gonna be able to do with this laser cutter. Predominantly start a business that hopefully becomes very lucrative and I can buy a house. That's the goal of the laser cutter. As well as making whatever I want. It's like if I get a laser cutter and learn how to use a laser cutter, then eventually I can move on to 3D printers as well. And if I had a laser cutter and a 3D printer, I'm basically unstoppable. That's what I've gathered. It does sound real. It's the strawberry police, the bananas mortal lemony. I do like strawberries. Was Unconquer's firefighter stripper costume? They'll need that on Halloween. Do you have a firefighter stripper costume, Conky? Get the GF, Kapoor. Adam, good morning. Yes, that's what I mean. Video for the mods. WD-40 that Dorio. What? No. You are unstoppable as much as I do am Kapoor. It's poetic, man. I think we'll start reading in a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I'm not gonna forget to take my microphone off to do that. You're already unstoppable, Sheriff, plus laser cutter, plus and 3D printer, my dear God. That would be scary. I've gone through the motions in my head of all the crazy things I'm gonna be able to make with the laser cutter, and I'm pretty pleased. I also got this laser cutter on an insane sale, so it's like a pretty nice laser cutter that I got for really cheap, and I'm like feeling pretty blessed about that. I'm feeling really thankful lately. Life isn't so bad right now, and I'm, you know... Oh, also, I was grumpy. Remember how I was, like, all grumpy and pissed off, and I was like, I'm probably gonna get my period. Totally got my period. That's exactly what was going on. So, you know, sorry about that, guys. That's what you get. Kapoor, is that your real name? You say it so much. I know back in the day, in places prostitutes used to have signature perfumes they sold. Not only could it help them mark their clients with their smell...
Life is good, but it can be better.
Was that fucking what's-his-face? Real, hello, thank you. You could buy from them for their girlfriends' wives and they would not know from the perfume smell on them. That's genius. That's literally genius. My hair looks so dumb right now. What if I do this? That almost looks dumber. My hair's so big. My ear is exposed. I don't like that. Not so bad. Speak for yourself, woman. I know. Well, my life's been pretty terrible all year, so... Could things, you know... I know it's not so... Not great for everybody else. That is stormy sounds, and I'm scared. I'm just kidding. It's pretty nice. I like it. Do you have a modeling software? Fuck no. I have no idea how to use any of that shit. I don't even know how to use the fucking... What's the fucking... I don't even know... There's like a couple different softwares you can use with this laser cutter. I don't know how to use any of them. And I don't know how... I'm gonna need some help trying to figure out how that works. Because, like... I basically want to, like, I hate that sound. I hate it so much. I basically want to be able to draw the designs that I want to draw and then, like, put them into the software and then it cuts them. But I don't know how to use that shit at all. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use any of that. We're gonna have to figure it out. Red Menace has struck again. Hey, congratulations on your period. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not like, you know, what's the first thing you'd 3D print? Probably a banana. Like, not gonna lie. Pretty pleased is a funny phrase. You're a real-life anime character. Maybe E. I think your hair looks nice, but it's about how you feel about it. It's driving me crazy. Thank you for the head pats, Pepperoni. Pepperoni. I don't know why I said that. I don't know what's with the heart button on the YouTube thing. Got you covered on modeling software? I don't know how the fuck to do shit. Fuck.
This is Sparta!
Scary twins, thank you. Got you covered like a Muslim woman. Oh my god. This is also thunder sounds. You are due for some serious life improvement. I am due for some serious life improvement. I'm feeling a lot more positive. This week really fucked me up, but then it's just my period, so like, whatever. I'll get over it, right? I'm gonna build this laser cutter. I'm gonna go back to work today. I'm gonna build this laser cutter. I texted my friend about the real estate thing. Don't everybody clap at once. I finally got over it and like texted my friend and was like, I need help. And she responded, but now she hasn't responded about when to meet up. So, and she's gonna be moving away. She's moving away right now. So I hit her at a good time because she's gonna be in town this weekend, hopefully. So I'm hoping I get to talk to her and then I can start doing real estate stuff, start doing laser cutting stuff. I'm gonna start trying to like make sure I'm only streaming when I'm good to be doing so. I don't want to have streams where I'm just a bummer piece of crap anymore, you know? So if I'm not feeling up to streaming, I just won't. Or I'm gonna try not to. Things are being good. Learning CAD. I can make that joke if off. Still haram. You know, I'm glad I found this stream in this community. Streamers 10 out of 10, communities 10 out of 10. Death, I'm glad you did too. It makes me happy. It makes me so happy when people find comfort here and like enjoy being here. Laying like this, I can see your hair's gone longer than normal, but it's still cute. It's so long, bro. Because it's normally like skin tight back here. I need a haircut every 3 months. 3 to 4 months. This is when I need haircuts, I've realized. Buy me a house, woman. I would love to buy you a house once I can also buy myself a house. Or, you know, afford to move. I really want to move. I don't want to live here anymore. But I don't want to try and like, there's nowhere for me to move. There's nowhere for me to move, and I'm just stuck here for a while. But the housing market's crashing like a motherfucker right now, so I'm like, okay. Sheriff badges can be what you cut with it. That's genius! Sheriff badge coasters, motherfucker! That's, oh my god, thank you. You're so smart. I can make sheriff, oh, fuck. Patreon mods. Getting sheriff badge.
Perfection and power are overrated. I think you are very wise to choose happiness and love.
Is that Iroh? Is that my boy? Possibly Coffee Monday. I texted a cute girl in class. She hasn't ghosted. That's good. She's gonna eat a full-size chocolate bear because she loves chocolate. I did buy a giant gummy Coca-Cola for $3 because I wanted to be happy. I shouldn't have bought it, but I needed it. But I got a bunch of food prep stuff for the week. So last night I had Alfredo, and then tonight I'll probably have more Alfredo or this frozen pizza that I have because I have to work late. I just remembered that. And then this weekend, throughout the weekend, I'm gonna have variations of nachos and tacos and burritos. And that only was like $50, which is better. So things are working out. I want to lay upside down. Conky, thank you for 30 months. Thank you for 30 months from Banana Town, buddy. Work-life balance. I'm getting better at it. I'm waking up really early. I'm trying to be healthier and eat more throughout the day, which is helping my mood and my productivity. Yesterday I was supposed to get on my other sites and post stuff, and I didn't do that. But I was feeling burnout about it, so I just didn't do it, instead of forcing myself to. I'm figuring it out. It's tough, but I'm getting there. Things are attempting to look up, though, and I can't let anything get in my way. So looking at my calendar, a day coming up, I'd written 11 a.m. sharp. For the life of me, I couldn't remember what the hell you'd be streaming 11 a.m. on Friday, when I put in my calendar. Then I remember having an appointment with an actual sheriff. I felt very dumb and needed to tell everyone. I love that. I love that you thought it was me. That's great. Can I be at that meeting as well, or... I want a mountain resort with at least 200 acres, but I only want to pay 100K for it. If you move to the right state, that's possible. But it won't be a resort, probably. It'd probably be just land. You could probably get 200 acres for 100K in some states. It's not gonna be great, though. It might be unbuildable. Buy us a house, girl can bake. Get her wet and steamy like an iron board. I remember enjoying and seeing E-Girl Banana, and you said I will be less impressed when the wig came off, but joke's on you because you're way cuter than E-Girl Banana. I'm cuter than E-Girl Banana. I'm gonna kick my little feet about it. It is Iroh. I love Iroh. Dude, that show is so cool. I fucking love Avatar. It's honestly like, I don't know, dude. It's like such good life lesson stuff in that show, and it's so well done. Pervert, thank you. Hello, how you doing? You can have the outline of the sheriff's stars be bananas. I don't understand. What do you mean? I don't understand. Is that the streamathon? Oh yeah, that was our first 24-hour that I like almost died for. Necoritos the best? Wait, what does that mean? I'm trashed. You already thanked me for 30 months. Stop doubling the thanks. It's inflation. Yeah, I'm trying to help inflation. Bitch, you laying on the mic? Am I laying on the mic? Can you not hear me? Did you actually match your nail color with your lip color, bruh? No, I didn't. It wasn't intentional, and it's not the same color, unfortunately, but I did my nails.
Let me smash.
I did these myself. Dafka, thank you. I did these myself, and I think I did a very good job. I don't know if I can get it to... I did my nails myself. I think they look pretty cute. I think I'm going to continue to do my nails for self-confidence because it makes me feel more girly. I don't know. Human fucked this up. What got fucked up? I'm trying to earn brownie points, brother, then tell me what's so great about me. I humbly disagree. Can you laser cut me a house? That'd be cool. Shout out your mom's box. How's that a real account? Long day, bed soon. Get sleep, dude. Long bed, day soon. I'll write up a concept of the sheriff star things. My word to image is bad. I just am having a hard time visualizing. Nachos, tacos, burritos all in one. That's genius. You were laying on the mic. It was a little muffled, but we were into it. Okay. I remember to like stream. I can see chat's reflection. Can you see chat's reflection? I think they mean the star can be made from bananas. The stems of the bananas can be the points. I think I tried to figure out how to do that one time and I failed miserably. So if you're able to figure that out, Gray, let me know, because I fucking can't. Aw, Death, so cute. You have sparklies in there? No. Potato D, what's up? Or Bidu, God, sorry. D's right above you. Netflix is doing a new Avatar Airbender series. I know, I'm super hyped. I wonder if the, cause I met, like, the casting, or no, I met, fuck. I met one of the producer guys, and, like, his wife was, like, a casting person or something for that show. I really don't know, but they were really cool. I wonder if he's working on that or not. I really want to, like, DM him and be like, hey, what's going on with that? But I know he probably can't tell me anything, so what's the point? Human once gifted me 30 subs because I complained about it breaking stream. Since then, I need to resubscribe twice a month to get my emote, and now you thank me twice a month for the same month. That's pretty funny. I think he did kind of, yeah, that was funny. See no reflection, not even in your eyes. Are you a vampire? I might be. Challenge accepted. Saw chat's reflection in snow-covered hills till the landslide brought it down. I tried to learn landslide when I was super depressed last year. For no reason at all, other than the fact that, like, it's in that movie with the fucking snowman. What's that fucking movie called? Jack Frost. Jack Frost? I don't know. Some movie with a fucking snowman that my parents would always cry to when they'd watch it. Shadow Legends. That's where we're going. Thanks, Bidu. Message him and ask if you can be the banana bender in the show. He's not gonna let me do shit. They wanted to put our music in one of their shows, but they have not found anything that suits us, unfortunately, which makes me sad. It's my dream to write music for anime. You have no idea. My leg hair is really long right now. Don't look at it. I'm at the point where 1.5 bottles of champagne do nothing. That's crazy. I don't know if I told you I sold my first car today. Hell yeah, dude. That's tight. Do you get commission on that? How does that work? I'm trolling. I don't think you're trolling. I think I'm gonna raid Shadow Legends at the end of stream. If there's an account called Shadow Legends, we're going there. I think you're being serious. Jack Frost about a dead dad who possesses a snowman to be with his kid, isn't it? Yeah, it's a fucked up movie, honestly. We would watch it at Christmas time every year, and I don't know why. I think we just had it on VHS, and so we just end up watching it, and then my parents would cry, and they'd be like, oh my god, I don't even want to get into it. Get 15% commission? How much was the car? I don't even drink that much. I always had a good engine in me, and I'm apparently good at drinking, but this is surprising. I am drinking less lately. The less you drink, the higher the tolly. Or the whatever. Less the tolly, bro. Okay, I need to piss, and then we need to read. I've waited long enough for loading. It's almost been an hour. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. I don't know if I should have, like, chat on the screen for YouTube or not. Have a good piss? Thank you. I also haven't eaten yet. I have to take you wherever you want to go, Cher. What? UK Christmas movie used to be The Great Escape? I don't think I've ever seen that. I want to see Jack Frost remake, but it turns to Silence of the Lambs when the son keeps his dad in the freezer to keep him alive. That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. That should happen. I mean that. Deeply. Okay, I'm gonna pee, then I'm gonna eat cereal, then we're gonna read. Lady Bean's looking vertically inclined today. How's your day going? It's going good. It's going good. My laser cutter just came in the mail. I'm gonna go piss and eat some cereal, and then we're gonna read. How's your day going? Clean up. Fuji, good morning. Not yet. I missed the reciting of the historical times before us. You have not. No, you are just in time, Fuji. Do you really want D-Gens on your screen on YouTube? I don't really care, honestly. Hey, that is awesome. I'm stoked. Let's go to Amsterdam for a week. Fuck it, dude. I've always wanted to go to Europe. Why would you cut a laser? Because it's funny. I recommend pissing then eating, but I'd be lying if I said I never OLAP them for efficiency. I totally have too, man. Should buy a fire extinguisher? Not yet. That's on the list. I'm gonna go get a little one. Fire extinguisher and goggles are the only things left that I need. And then I have to figure out how to cut, which sucks because it would be easier for me to do with the laser cutter, but I have to figure out how to cut and, like, make, like, a... Well, I guess I could just do it with cardboard first and then make a real one. I have to, like, make, like, a thing for my window so that the exhaust goes outside from my enclosure. Till then, what towels? Get a kitchen one. I think you put 90% of all fire types. That's sick. I didn't know that was a thing. Bet I'm on my way to pack your stuff. Sweet, thank you. I hate packing. Good. Don't cheap out on it. I've had shit go full blaze on my ass a few times. Are you serious? Yeah, I don't plan on cutting unless I'm in the room either, so... An exhaust hood. Good thinking. I didn't get an exhaust hood. It's like a... It's like a fireproof enclosure thing that, like, you put the thing inside of, and then it's got a tube. And I gotta figure out how to hook that tube to the window, kind of like an air conditioner. It's also gonna be winter, so this is, like, terrible timing. What's up, Duck? How you doing? Lasercutter's very good at starting a fire. Great! I love fire hazards. That's awesome. I hate my life. She acts like she isn't gonna break a window in the process. Listen. Okay. Is it UV laser or visible light laser? It's a diode. $10 fire extinguishers, and one that's specifically for garage, and one that's for my kitchen. Wow. I don't have a single fire extinguisher, dude. Is it visible diode or UV diode? I don't know what that means, but you can see the laser. I'm gonna lurk while I cage people online. What does that mean? But I'll pop in and out. You don't worry about fire. Water puts out fire. Yeah, and one in the car. That's sick. It's not really a laser until it's on a shark's head. You know, can you tell me the model? It's a LOTR LM3. You may need glasses. Yeah, I'm gonna get glasses for sure, regardless. Because I don't want to, like, fuck up my eyes by accident. Even if someone says it's cool. We'll fill your place with fire extinguishers. Lecture her on the goggles, yeah. I already know, too. I already know. I've been going hard. I researched as much as I possibly could before even making the decision. I got the enclosure already. I got the cutting board thing that I need already. I got all that shit. That is an engraver, not a cutter. Well, it cuts shit, too, so I don't know. Play Johnny Cage and MK1 for explanation on previous message, because I need to see it could be taken out of context. The enclosure is so it doesn't run away. Yeah. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last almond tort. Put it in your bathroom, in the shower bath, and use that vent. I don't know if that vent actually goes anywhere, to be honest with you. And I don't want to sit in my bathroom for 5 hours. Because I'm not going to leave the room while this thing's on. If you turn it up enough and leave something under it long enough, it will cut it. Enclose? Sure. Sure. Sure, bro. Okay, I'm gonna pee and eat cereal. Smoke test the vent. There's no way for me to know where it will go. Like, I don't know if it's gonna go into my neighbor's apartment or if it's gonna go outside. That is very flowy. Should cut through things like foam and cardboard just fine. It can cut up to 20 millimeters of board with a couple passes. And it can cut through like acrylic and all sorts of other shit. It can't cut through metal. But it can cut like a lot of crap, apparently. And yeah, foam, it'll be fine. Speaking of 3D printer, a while ago, do you know the Lord of the Rings stuff out there is to print? No. Did you piss on the couch? Not yet. Cut a hole in your ceiling. This way you can vent out all the stuff to your neighbor's apartment. They'll be okay with it because they vacuum so much. After that noise, I need to pee too. Oh, this is different. Jilted, welcome. We're doing a reading stream on the couch. There's so many scabs in my hair. I feel disgusting. I'm gonna have to take my pigtails out and comb them before work. Yeah, no 22mm board takes a lot more than a couple passes on this. Generally, you want to avoid that. This is how things catch fire. Okay, well, that's what all the things say. So maybe I bought the wrong thing. Just think if a waterfall is dripping, tap sheriff, you'll be fine. You're the banana girl. What's up, Kasain? How you doing? Find out how to kill players in safe zones in battle. That's awesome. I have no need to cut 20mm of board in the first place anyway, so it's not like it matters. I think the biggest thickness I'd ever want to cut's like 10mm, but even then, it's like I could just do 2 5mm and glue them together. What does the shirt say? It's a token shirt. It's our man, JRR. Your face reminds me a bit of Debbie Harry. I'll take that, Chris. Debbie Harry's hot as fuck. You used to have long hair like a year ago, right? No. I wear wigs sometimes, but I haven't had long hair for like a super long time.
Go ahead. Hey.
Oh my god. I think you got very good hardware, pretty good price too. Yeah, I got it on sale, so it was even cheaper. It's like really cheap for what it was. I was like, okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna go pee and get food. Might ask a question. Yes. Scorch. What are we building? I'm not building shit right now. We're gonna read today. I'm just trying to pee. I haven't had long hair for 100 years. I'm just trying to go pee, man. Okay, you guys are gonna chill with this fucking dude. Okay? I'm gonna see if I've got a clone for you. I probably don't, though. Go piss, girl. Thanks, bro. Go piss, girl. This contextually makes no sense, but we're gonna roll with it, okay? We're rolling with that. I'll be back in a minute. That was hilarious to wear them and take it off without warning. That's fucked up. BRB. You fucks. Made me check my door. Doctor, I see you. Sneaky baby. Oh my god. Can you just stay here, sir? Well, I tried to sit down so I can eat this cereal. I did kiwi. That's what I do. I hope you guys like Honey Bunches of Oats ASMR.
ASMR cereal crunch.
Hell yeah. Thank you, doctor. Have you recently walked into a desk or a table? I assume so, because I have a giant bruise on my leg. Did you sleepwalk through your apartment? No. I think I was drunk and I must have bumped into something. I wanted to say I love that Pusheen. He's a dinosaur, dude. I love him. Fun fact, when I'm single, I sleep with a Pusheen. Not this one. The one I sleep with has a cookie. It's very soft, though. It's great to lay your head on. This is double the bunches of oats, by the way, because it's also in oat milk. I prefer Goleen Crunch Almond Flax ASMR, but this will do. Thanks for making an exception for me, bud. Whoever just did that made me think that there was a dildo in my couch somewhere that I forgot about. So thanks for the panic. Twins, how dare you? I do MMA in my sleep. Okay, so I have to tell a little story. Holy shit. Okay. Hold up, guys. I have to tell a little story because the whole workplace is talking about it, and I would just like to know I'm a bit slow in human communication, or it's really confusing. At work, a regular customer came to me directly because we know each other for years. She knows I can fix problems quite good. She found out which product she needs, and I had to order it. Whilst ordering, she asked me if it would be possible for me to bring it to her home, and I told her that I can let the driver bring it to the front door. Then she asked if I could come to her after it got delivered and install it for her. So I put out our craftsman service, which can carry all sorts of installations for customers and that are professionals to the result guarantee of 5 years. After finishing the order, my co-workers come to me and ask what's wrong with me, and that these would have been clear flirting signals like touching the arms, playing with the own hair. Was she playing with your hair, dude? What the fuck? Are they right or wrong? If that's wrong, I'm correct upon acceptance. It's just regular body language for a relaxed environment. If this is right, I would have to work on my people skills and learn empathetic something, I don't know. She could have been flirting with you, but it's also really fucking weird to do that to someone at their job. So, like, either way, are you interested in her? Well, I just walked into, here I am eating my lunch and sheriff looking like a whole meal. Daddy's eating good this evening. Grampy, I got one thing to say to you, okay? Don't send me whispers when you could just talk to me in Twitch chat. I'm not going to respond to any of them. I need you to understand that, okay? Also, there's no chance. I just need you to know that. You're welcome to hang out and chat. Lazy's the same. I wrote an AI path finding code that imitated how Lazy finds way through furniture by walking into it slightly. That's really cute. Frankenstein wanted a tour for work during Halloween. Double the oats, double the power. Vibing. I would have been quite popular in school. Whoa, love the Triforce tattoo and Bossa. Thank you. I love it too. You put it under a black light, it glows blue. Pretty crazy, huh? Triforce doesn't. I'm gonna get it filled with... I wanted to get it filled with yellow, but the yellow's too yellow, so I'm not gonna get it filled with anything yet. Today, 2 girls tried to talk to me about Jesus randomly on the street. Ah, yes. Conversion through blowjob. Hello, me too. Last night I had oats. I pooped harder than Jada Smith shitting on her marriage with Will Smith in her new book, so I avoid high fiber content in cereals. Use a teaspoon, small, or tablespoon large to eat cereal. I use a big spoon to eat cereal. I don't like big spoons. And I don't like big forks. I don't like anything that's big. Except for dick. But, like, I'm a small utensil lady, except for when it comes to soup and cereal. Yeah, you hit in church, Kongi? Why would I be? We know each other since school. Why would you be into her? Scorch, have you had a girlfriend yet? Or what is your sexual... Let me rephrase that. Are you into women? Or are you into dudes? She's obviously trying to fuck. I slap dudes on the shoulder aggressively and they still think I'm trying to fuck them, so I've just realized I can't touch people. Talk to Mama Oki, yes ma'am. One Fun, what's up? Showing response to Spider-Man's in whispers. Send all dick pics to me so I can report you to the FBI Sex Offenders Unit. Thank you. The yellow is too yellow. No way I have to see the glowy. Yeah, the yellow is way too yellow, actually. I'm not even kidding. It's, like, fucking way too yellow. Because I don't want, like... So, like, the ink on this one... Like, all those white lines... There's, like... UV ink in those. So you can't see it. It doesn't even show up as white. And I only do black and white tattoos. So I tried a sample of the yellow on my skin. The yellow UV. And it shows up as yellow, like, when it's not under light. And so I was like, no, I don't want that. I don't have a UV light over here. Otherwise, I could show you. Actually, wait, I have the one for my nails. I might be able to. You're a good person. You deserve all love in the world, as do your loved ones and fans. Ed, you're so sweet. You do, too. You know that, right? I was about to say it. Prefer Richard, thank you. Girlfriend, I'm only 22 yet. I don't earn enough money. Scorch, you can be broke as hell and get a girlfriend. Don't you say that. I've dated some of the poorest motherfuckers on this planet. I've dated homeless guys. I've dated them all. You don't need money to have a girlfriend, bro. And you're never too young. Unless you're, like, underage. Then maybe. I'm sure you're a great little spoon. I am a great little spoon. It's my only fucking job that I'm, like, successful at in this world. Know about our Lord and Savior Jesus. Ask them if they're interested in knowing the Prophet Muhammad. Praise be on him and his family. Even the weird one. Yeah, if they want to trade info... I'm gonna go off about my great Lord Sauron. It's called flirty fishing. Some will actually go as far as to sleep with you to draw you into their cult. One summer I joined like 7 cults. It was awesome. Sheriff doesn't accept bribes. Generally stabbing people with knives deters interest. Generally. Also true. Trying to do a posture check while being comfortable is impossible. Those were toes? What? UV ink? Never heard of that. Sounds sick. It's fucking awesome, dude. I want to get it, like, all over my body, so if I show up to a rave or something, I'm, like, glowing. Not, like, coated, but, you know, like, cool tattoos. A lot of tattoo artists refuse to work with it, though. Because it's kind of annoying. But I found a guy that'll do it. Bombi!
Some bitches look like straight dog shit, but they could start a lawnmower. Never judge a book by its cover.
Never judge. That's fucking amen. Bomb Jack, thank you for the $5 donation, you sweet bean. And he's right. That's some sage advice. Never judge a book by its cover or the amount of money it makes. Let me see if I can find my UV light. Ow, fuck. I need to get... This is filthy. Please don't judge me. I need to get a new one of these, too. Let's see if it'll show up on camera. I don't know if I've ever even gotten to show you guys this. Like, I don't think any of you have ever seen this. I don't know. Okay, so this is what the tattoo looks like. If we can get the camera to focus. Come on, bud. My eyes don't... There we go. Okay, tattoo. Oh, I don't know if I can get... Can you see the blue glowing lines under there? It's kind of hard to get the angle on it. I can't get the angle on it. But like all those lines glow bright blue. I'm trying to... It's hard for me to get the angle for the camera, but you get the idea, right? It's pretty fun. I like it. Makes me feel snazzy. Put a pic of the banana start thing in chat so I can draw. So I did a picture. Draw something way better. Lit. Show you my Lord and Savior. Show me yours. That made me start helping my lawnmower. The bitter beer face kind of cum dumpsters in the world. Beware need for extra penicillin. A lot of animals can see UV light, so they see the tattoos normally while invisible to humans. Also, UV light can be seen in human stripes if they are strong enough. Did you get the triangles to hide the fact that you're such a square? That's fucking true, actually. You got me, dude. Is she about to flash herself in the eyes with UV light? No. So cool. It's Twilight Princess themed. Yeah, I did. So I spent like a long time redesigning this. So I took like one of the portals from Twilight Princess and then worked the Triforce into it. And then I had to redraw this like over and over again to get it to fit like exactly how I wanted on the back of my hand. Took like several years of redrawing it, and then I finally got an iPad and was able to do it in like a couple hours. Because before that I was literally just redrawing it every time. And then I worked with a tattoo artist and we got it figured out and situated the rest of the way. Because I wanted this tattoo for like forever. Basically since Twilight Princess came out. And I was still a child. Oh, hey, neat. It's cooler if there's like an actual like... I have a UV flashlight, I just haven't put batteries in it. I'll put batteries in it, I'll show you guys. So you glow in the dark if you've been in the sun? No, but that would be cool as fuck. You're getting tatted, do they do it under a black light? Yeah, they have to, because they can't see the ink. There's UV tattoo ink that's like colored, like the yellow one I talked about, so they can see that. But if you're doing the like invisible UV ink, you have to use a black light to tattoo, and that's one of the reasons why tattoo artists fucking hate it, so... It's not glow in the dark, unfortunately. It's just UV reactive because there's like a calcium in it. Might help to turn the overhead light off. That also would probably help. And there's several lights on in here. I have to say the cup is really cool. Thank you, Scorch. I love that cup. Your nail game's on point. I fucking thank you. I tried so hard on these. I worked real hard. Okay, guys, we need to read. We're fucking like almost 2 hours into this bitch. One of my favorites. Twilight Princess fucking slapped, dude. It really sucks that the game wasn't longer. But you, at that point in game design, it was like, do you have really good graphics or like a really long game? At least that's what I took from it. Because like Wind Waker was like super fucking long. Like super long and extensive. But like terrible graphics. Didn't like looking at that. Faraz, what's up? Read to me. He's in his little duck. He's in his little duck wrap. Oh my god. Okay, so if you guys don't know, I wonder if I can timestamp this on YouTube tomorrow. Yeah, you can timestamp live streams, right? It's not our fault. We're easily distracted. You mentioned lasers and UVI. I know! I'm easily distracted. It's my fault. Whatever. So those of you who don't know, we read Lord of the Rings on stream sometimes. Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite things in the world. We are reading Fellowship currently. and we are on chapter 3, which is The Ring Goes South. So this is happening directly after the Council of Elrond, where, like, the Fellowship fuckheads meet up, and then they're like, I will take the ring tomorrow, like, if you, yeah, whatever. So, yeah, so, fucking Frodo and his dumb ass is like, I'll take the ring, though I don't know the way, and then all these motherfuckers are like, fuck you, we're going with you. So now we're on chapter 3, The Ring Goes South. So I'm assuming they're taking the ring. I haven't read Fellowship in a long time, so I can't remember what exactly happens next. And also, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to read it to you, so go fuck yourself. Not now, but some other time. Look at my thing now. Is it on Discord? We weren't reading. I was getting into it. It's in video links. Oh, okay. Turns out Frodo was really into laser cutting. Who knew? Love the fact how surprised a lot of people are when reading the books the first time to hear a lot of things are different than the movies. Didn't even make it into the movies. Yeah, it's really shocking to some people. Is Lord of the Rings related? Love that. Okay. So we are going to start chapter 3. Wait, what time is it? We're 1 hour, 25 minutes in. I have to remember that, so I can timestamp. 1 hour, 25, guys. Gollum originally did not have the One Ring, just a magic ring. Tolkien changed it after the first printing to be the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, he changed a bunch of shit. Hobbit was so far off the books, it was crazy. Hobbit fucked me up. I did not like that. 127. Thank you, Conky. I was reading the books first time when I was 7 or 8 years old. Yeah, me too. It's been a while since I've read Fellowship. I think it's probably been like 10 years since last time I read Fellowship. Actually, no, I take that back. I started reading it to my mom when she was passing, but, like, then I stopped, obviously, because I was, like, too sad about it. But before that, it's been, like, 10 years since I read it all the way through. It's nice revisiting it. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna read. BDSM section. It's all we've ever wanted. God, my hair looks weird. Okay. Welcome to the reading of The Fellowship of the Ring. We are on chapter 3, The Ring Goes South. Okay? Later that day, the hobbits held a meeting of their own in Bilbo's room. You know what? This music is too loud for me to be hearing with my own ears. And of course, my volume button doesn't work. It's only my 3rd grade. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to read. I love that sentence. Okay. We are reading Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. We are on chapter 3, The Ring Goes South. Later that day, the hobbits held a meeting of their own in Bilbo's room. Merry and Pippin were indignant when they heard that Sam had crept into the council and had been chosen as Frodo's companion.
Was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things have changed.
Thanks, cleanup. It's most unfair, said Pippin. I haven't done their voices in a while, so I don't remember what I used to do, so please bear with me. It's most unfair, said Pippin. Instead of throwing him out and clapping him in chains, Elrond goes and rewards him for his cheek. Rewards, says Frodo. I can't imagine a more severe punishment. You're not thinking that you are saying, condemned to go on this hopeless journey, a reward? Yesterday I dreamed that my task was done, and I could rest here a long while, perhaps for good. I don't wonder, said Merry, and I wish you could, but we are envying Sam, not you. If you had to go, then it will be a punishment for any of us to be left behind, even in Rivendell. We have come a long way with you, and been through some stiff times. We want to go on. That's what I meant, said Pippin. We hobbits ought to stick together, and we will. I shall go, unless they chain me up. There must be someone with intelligence in that party. Then you certainly will not be chosen, Peregrine Took, said Gandalf, looking in through the window, which was near the ground. But you are all worrying yourselves unnecessarily. Nothing is decided yet. Nothing decided, cried Pippin. Then what are all you doing? You were shut up for hours. Talking, said Bilbo. There was a great deal of talk, and everyone had an eye-opener. Even old Gandalf. I think Legolas's bit of news about Gollum caught him on the wrong hop, though he passed it off. You were wrong, said Gandalf. You were inattentive. I had already heard it from Greynear. I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry. Grey here. If you want to know, the only real eye-openers, as you put it, were you and Frodo. And I was the only one that was not surprised. Well, anyway, said Bilbo, nothing was decided beyond choosing poor Frodo and Sam. I was afraid all the time that it might come to that, if I was let off. But if you ask me, Elrond was sent out a fair number, when the reports come in. Have they started yet, Gandalf? Yes, said the wizard. Some of our scouts have been sent out already. More will go tomorrow. Elrond is sending elves, and they will get in touch with the rangers, and maybe with Thranduil's folk in Mirkwood. And Aragorn has gone with Elrond's sons. We shall have to scour the lands all round for many long leagues before any move is made. So cheer up, Frodo. You will probably make a quite long stay here. Ah, said Sam gloomily. We will just wait long enough for winter to come. That can't be helped, said Bilbo. It's your fault, partly, Frodo, my lad, insisting on waiting for my birthday. A funny way of honoring it, I can't help thinking. Not the day I should have chosen for letting the SBs get into the bag end. But there it is. You can't wait now till spring. You can't go till the reports come back. When winter first begins to bite and stones crack in the frosty night, when wind first begins to bite and stones crack in the frosty night, when pools are black and trees are bare, 'tis evil in the wild to fare. But that I am afraid will just be your luck. I'm afraid it will, said Gandalf. Can't start until we found out about the riders. I thought they were all destroyed in the flood, said Merry. Cannot destroy bring race like that, said Gandalf. The power of their master is in them, and they stand or fall behind him. We hope they were all unhorsed and unmasked, and so made for a while less dangerous, but we must find out for certain. In the meantime, you should try and forget your troubles, Frodo. I do not know if I can do anything to help you, but I will whisper this in your ears. Someone said that intelligence would be needed in the party. He was right. I think I shall come with you. So great was Frodo's delight at this announcement that Gandalf left the windowsill, where he had been sitting, and took off his hat and bowed. I only said, I think I shall come. Do not count on anything yet. In this matter, Elrond will have much to say, and your friend the Strider. Which reminds me, I want to see Elrond. I must be off. How long do you think I shall be here? Said Frodo to Bilbo when Gandalf had gone. Oh, I don't know. I can't count days in Rivendell, said Bilbo, but quite long, I should think. We can have many a good talk. What about helping me with my book, and making start on the next? Have you ever thought of an ending? Yes, several, and all are dark and unpleasant, said Frodo. Oh, that won't do, said Bilbo. Books ought to have good endings. How would this do? And they all settled down and lived happily ever after. It will do well if it ever comes to that, said Frodo. Ah, said Sam, and where would they live? That's what I often wonder. For a while the hobbits continued to talk and think of the past journey and the perils that lay ahead, but such was a true virtue of the lands of Rivendell that soon all fear and anxiety was lifted from their minds. The future, good or ill, was not forgotten, but ceased to have power over any of the present. Health and hope grew strong in them, and they were content with each good day as it came, taking pleasure in every meal and in every word and song. So the days slipped away, as each morning dawned bright and fair, and each evening followed cool and clear. But autumn was waning fast. Slowly the golden light faded to pale silver, and the lingering leaves fell from the naked trees. A wind began to blow chill from the misty mountains to the east. The hunter's moon waxed round in the night sky, and put to flight all the lesser stars. But low in the south one star shone red. Every night as the moon waned again, it shone brighter and brighter. Frodo could see it from his window deep in the heavens, burning like a watchful eye that glared above the trees on the brink of the valley. The hobbits had been nearly 2 months in the house of Elrond, and November had gone by with the last shreds of autumn, and December was passing, when the scouts began to return. Some had gone north beyond the springs of the Horwell and the Ettenmoors, and the other had gone west, and with the help of Aragorn and the Rangers had searched lands far down the Grey Flood, as far as Tharbad, where the old North Road crossed the river by a ruined town. Many had gone east and south, and some of these had crossed the mountains and entered Mirkwood, while others had climbed past at the source of the Gladden River, and come down to the Wilderland over the Gladden Fields, and so at length had reached the old home of Radagast the Rosgobble. I have never been able to pronounce it. Rosgobble? I don't know how to say it. Don't. Go fuck yourself. Radagast was not there, and they returned to the high pass that was called Dimrill Stair. The sons of Elrond, Elladan and Ellarir, were the last to return. They had made the great journey, passing down the Silver Lode into a strange country, but of their errand they would not speak to any save to Elrond. I really don't like the print used in this book, and it's really annoying to read, and I'm dyslexic. Weapon balls. Intelligence is needed because you min-max charisma the barmaids. In no region had the messengers discovered any signs or tidings of the riders or any servants of the enemy. Even from the eagles of the Misty Mountains they had learned no fresh news. Nothing had been seen or heard of Gollum, but the wild wolves were still gathering, and were hunting again far up the Great River. 3 of the black horses had been found at once drowned in the flooded ford. On the rocks of the rapids below, it searches... On the rocks of the rapid... Oh my god, why is that written like that? On the rocks of the rapids below it, searchers discovered the bodies of 5 more, and also a long black cloak, slashed and tattered. Of the black riders, no other trace was to be seen, and nowhere was their presence to be felt. It seemed that they had vanished from the north. 8 out of the 9 are accounted for, at least, said Gandalf. It is rash to be sure, yet I think we may hope now that the ring wraiths were scattered, and have been obliged to return as best they could to their master in Mordor, empty and shapeless. If that is so, it will be some time before they can begin the hunt again. Of course, the enemy has other servants, but they will have to journey all the way to the borders of Rivendell before they can pick up our trail. And if we are careful, that will be hard to find, but we must delay no longer. Elrond summoned the hobbits to him. He looked gravely at Frodo. The time has come, he said. If the ring is to set out, it must go soon. But those who go with it must not count on their errand being aided by war of force. They must pass into the domain of the enemy, far from aid. Do you still hold to your word, Frodo, that you will be the ring-bearer? I do, said Frodo. I will go with Sam. Then I cannot help you much, not even with counsel, said Elrond. I can foresee very little of your road, and how your task is to be achieved I do not know. The shadow has crept now to the feet of the mountains, and draws nigh even to the borders of the Grey Flood, and under the shadow all is dark to me. You will meet many foes, some open and some disguised, and you may find friends upon your way when you least look for it. I will send out messages, such as I can contrive, to those whom I know will be in the wide world, but so perilous are the lands now become that may well miscarry or come no quicker than yourself. And I will choose you companions to go with you as far as fortune allows. The number must be few, since your hope is in speed and secrecy. And I, a host of the elves in armor of the elder days, it would avail little save to arouse the power of Mordor. The company of the ring shall be 9, and the 9 walkers shall be set against the 9 riders that are evil. With you and your faithful servant Gandalf will go, for this shall be his great task, and maybe the end of his labors. For the rest, they shall represent the other free people of the world, elves, dwarves, and men. Legolas shall be for the elves, Gimli son of Gloin for the dwarves. They are willing to go at least to the passes of the mountains, and maybe beyond. For men you shall have Aragorn, son of Arathorn, for the ring of Isildur concerns him closely. Strider, cried Frodo. Yes, he said with a smile. I ask leave once again to be your companion, Frodo. Oh, he's there? I didn't realize. I would have begged you to come, said Frodo. I only thought you were going to Minas Tirith with Boromir. I am, said Aragorn. And the sword that was broken shall be reforged, as I set out for war. But your road and our road lie together for many hundreds of miles. Therefore Boromir will also be in the company. He is a valiant man. There remain 2 more to be found, said Elrond. These I will consider. Of my household I may find some it seems good to me to send. But that will leave no place for us, cried Pippin in dismay. We don't want to be left behind. We want to go with Frodo. That is, you do not understand. You cannot imagine what lies ahead, said Elrond. Neither does Frodo, said Gandalf, unexpectedly supporting Pippin. Nor do any of us see clearly. It is true that if these hobbits understood the danger, they would not dare to go. But they would still wish to go, or wish that they dared, or be shamed and unhappy. I think, Elrond, that in this matter, if it will be to trust rather friendship than great wisdom, even if you chose for us an elf lord, such as Glorfindel, he would not storm the Dark Tower, nor open the road to the fire by the power that is in him. You speak gravely, said Elrond. But I am in doubt. The Shire, I forebode, is not free now from peril, and these 2 I had thought sent back there as messengers to do what they would, according to the fashion of their country, to warn the people of their danger. In any case, I judge that the younger of these 2, Peregrine Took, should remain. My heart is against his going. Then, Master Elrond, you will have come lock me in prison or send me home tied in a sack, said Pippin, for otherwise I shall not go to the... otherwise I shall follow the company. Let it be so, then. You shall go, said Elrond, as he sighed. Now the tale of 9 is filled. In 7 days the company must depart. The sword of Elendil was forged anew by elvish smiths, and on its blade was traced a device of 7 stars set between the crescent moon of the rayed sun, and about them was written many runes, for Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was going to war upon the marches of Mordor. Very bright that sword when it was made whole again. The light of the sun shone redly in it, and the light of the moon shone cold, and its edge was hard and keen. And Aragorn gave it a new name and called it Anduril, Flame of the West. Aragorn and Gandalf walked together, or sat speaking of their road and the perils they would meet.
Our ship of fools, all boards handmade sinks, dashed by seismic waves.
Battery, thank you! Hi! Battery, thank you for the 5,000 bits, you sweet bean. You don't have to do that. You're a sweetheart. How are you doing? Dashed by seismic waves. That's also dark and foreboding. Oh my god. Wait, what is it from? Battery, hi! Thank you so much, you sweet bean. I hope you're doing okay. I love you very much. Can I ever type things? Cradle of Filth! Fucking lit. I never really listened to a lot of Cradle of Filth in my time. Thank you for that. Is that a comment on Sheriff's Titanic submarine video? It should be. When I read this book, it was right after playing a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom, so I thought of Strider Hero. Get some sleep, Conky. Love you. Sorry I didn't see that. Yeah, you can play the VOD later on YouTube. Redo? No, I would appreciate that. That means a lot. Love you, Battery. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know where I was now. I look like a turtle. I feel like I missed a bunch of crazy stuff. Maybe not, though. Gandalf was about to have a talk with him. Oh, I see. I changed pages. That's what was happening. I try to read through page changes fluidly, because I can read like a sentence ahead of what I'm currently reading, which also doesn't make my dyslexia any better. He was sending an elf lord who wouldn't storm or something earlier. I don't know the words yet. Hope everyone's enjoying the reading. If you hate this, I'm sorry. Aragorn and Gandalf walked together, sat speaking of their road and the perils they would meet, and they pondered the storied and figured maps and books of lore that were in the House of Elrond. Sometimes Frodo was with them, but he was content to lean on their guidance, and he spent as much time as he could with Bilbo. In those last days, the hobbits sat together in the evening in the Hall of Fire, and there were among many tales they heard told in full the lay of Beren and Luthien in the winning of the Great Jewel. But in the day, while Merry and Pippin were out and about, Frodo and Sam were to be found with Bilbo in his small room. Then Bilbo would read passages from his book, which still seemed very incomplete, or scraps of his verses, or would take notes of Frodo's adventures. On the morning of the last day, Frodo was alone with Bilbo, and the old hobbit pulled out from under his bed a wooden box. He lifted the lid and fumbled inside. "Here is your sword," he said, "but it was broken, you know. I took it to keep it safe, but I've forgotten to ask if the smiths could mend it. No time now. Thought perhaps that you would care to have this, don't you know?" He took from the box a small sword in an old shabby leather scabbard. Then he drew it, and its polished and well-tended blade glittered suddenly, cold and bright. "This is Sting," he said, and thrust it with little effort deep into a wooden beam. "Take it if you like it. I shan't want it again, I expect." Frodo accepted it gratefully. "Also, there's this," said Bilbo, bringing out a parcel which seemed to be rather heavy for its size. He unwound several folds of old cloth and held up a small shirt of mail. It was close woven of many rings, as supple almost as linen, cold as ice, and harder than steel. It shone like moonlit silver and was studded with white gems. With it was a belt of pearl and crystal. "It's a pretty thing, isn't it?" said Bilbo, moving it in the light. "And useful. It is my dwarf mail that Thorin gave me. Got it from Michedelvin before I started, and packed it with my luggage. I brought all the mementos of my journey away with me, except the ring. But I did not expect to use this, and I don't need it now, except to look at sometimes. Hardly feel any weight when you put it on." I don't think I should look right in it," said Frodo. "Just what I said myself," said Bilbo, "but never mind about looks. You can wear it under your outer clothes. Come on. You must share this secret with me. Don't tell anybody else, but I should feel happier if I knew you were wearing it. I have a fancy it would turn even the knives of the Black Riders." He ended in a low voice. "Very well, I will take it," said Frodo. Bilbo put it on him and fastened Sting upon the glittering belt, and then Frodo put over the top his old weather-stained breeches, tunic, and jacket. "Just a plain hobbit you look," said Bilbo, "but there is more about you now than appears on the surface. Good luck to you." Turned away and looked out the window, trying to hum a tune. "I cannot thank you as I should, Bilbo, for all your past kindnesses," said Frodo. "Don't try," said the old hobbit, turning around and slapping him on the back. "Ow!" he cried. "You are too hard now to slap. But there you are. Hobbits must stick together, especially Bagginses. All I ask in return is take as much care of yourself as you can, and bring back the news you can, and any old songs and tales you may come by. I'll do my best to finish my book before you return. I would like to write the second book, if I am spared." He broke off and turned to the window again, singing softly. "I sit beside the fire and think of all I know and have seen, of meadow flowers and butterflies in summers that have been, of yellow leaves and gossamer in autumns that there were, with morning mist and silver sun and wind upon my hair. I sit beside the fire and think of how the world will be when winter comes without a spring that I shall ever see. For still there are many things that I have never seen. In every wood and every spring there is a different green. I sit beside the fire and think of people long ago, and people who will see a world that I shall never know. But all the while I sit and think of times there were before. I listen for returning feet and voices at the door." It was cold and gray day near the end of December. The east was streaming through the bare branches of trees and seething in the dark pines on the hills. Ragged clouds were hurrying overhead, dark and low. As the cheerless shadows of the early evening began to fall, the company came ready to set out. They were to start at dusk, for Elrond counseled them to journey under the cover of night as often as they could, until they were far from Rivendell. should fear the many eyes of the servants of Sauron, he said. I do not doubt that news of the discomfiture of the riders has already reached him, and he will be filled with wrath. Soon now his spies on foot and wing will be abroad in the northern lands. Even of the sky above you must beware as you go on your way. The company took little gear of war, for there was no hope for the company took little gear of war, for their hope was in secrecy, not in battle. Aragorn and Anduril, but no other weapon, and he went forth only clad in rusty green and brown, as a ranger of the wilderness. Boromir had a long sword, in fashion like Anduril, but of less lineage, and he bore also a shield and his war horn. Loud and clear it sounds in the valleys of the hills, he said, and then let all the foes of Gondor flee, putting it to his lips as he blew a blast, and the echoes leapt from rock to rock, and all that heard that voice in Rivendell sprang to their feet. Should you be to wind that horn again, Boromir? Slow should you be to win that horn again, Boromir, said Elrond, till you stand once more on the borders of your land, and dire need is on you. Maybe, said Boromir, but I always let him cry at setting forth, and though thereafter we may walk in the shadows, I will not go forth as a thief in the night. Boromir's a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I don't like Boromir. Good night, Scorch. Boromir. I was gonna say Boromir is a C word, but I can't say that on YouTube, so. But he really is. Try to burp. Sending me to bed. I thought you were saying you were going to sleep because you were like past midnight. Imagine how the whole story would have been if they made the hobbits do military training at this point. He is the... I didn't know you're not going to sleep, Scorch. I'm sorry. I hear Skyrim music in my head as you read this for some reason. Oh, I forgot to put on Lord of the Rings lo-fi. Should I fix that? I think I did Skyrim music in the background one time. Let's turn on 24 hours Skyrim music. How does that sound? Boromir had a big heart. It was able to fit so many arrows in it. You guys are messed up. I love it here. I'm turning on Skyrim music. Might be too loud. Just really gently. That's the one. Hell yeah. I got you, boo. Skyrim ambient music gives me life. I love it. Kicks the helmet and breaks his foot in the book. Not yet, no. Ah! Gimli the dwarf alone wore openly a short shirt of steel rings, for dwarves make light of burdens, and in his belt was a broad-bladed axe. Legolas had a bow and quiver, and at his belt a long white knife. The younger hobbits wore the swords that they had taken from the barrow, but Frodo took only Sting, and his mail coat, as Bilbo wished, remained hidden. Gandalf bore his staff, but girt at his side was an elven sword Glamdrick, the mate of Orcust, that lay now upon the breast of Thorin under the lonely mountain. All were well furnished by Elrond with thick warm coats, and they had jackets and cloaks lined with fur. Spare food and clothes and blankets and other needs were laden on a pony, none other than the poor beast that they had bought from Bree. Hold up, I forgot about this. They didn't get a different horse. they still have that, like, raggedy-ass horse. Never mind. We're not gonna get into that. The stay in Rivendell had worked a great wonder of change on him. This text in this book is awful. He was glossy and seemed to have the vigor of youth. It was Sam who had insisted on choosing him, declaring that Bill, as he called him, would pine if he did not come. The animal can nearly talk, he said, and would talk if he stayed here much longer. Gave me a look as plain as Mr. Pippin could speak it. If you don't let me go with you, Sam, I'll follow you on my own. So Bill was going as the beast of burden, and he was the only member of the company that did not seem depressed. Their farewells had been said in the great hall by the fire, and they were only now waiting for Gandalf, who had not yet come out of the house. A gleam of firelight come from the open doors, and soft lights were glowing in many windows. Bilbo, huddled in a cloak, stood silent on the doorstep beside Frodo. Aragorn sat with his head bowed to his knees. Only Elrond knew fully what this hour meant to him. The others could be seen as gray shapes in the darkness. Sam was standing by the pony, sucking his teeth, and staring moodily into the gloom of the river soared stonily below. His desire for adventure was at its lowest ebb. Bill, my lad, he said, you oughtn't oh my god, you oughtn't, god fucking damn, why does he write like this? You oughtn't to have took up with us. You should have stayed here and rest at the best hay till the new grass comes. Bill swished his tail and said nothing. Sam eased the pack on his shoulders and went over anxiously in his mind all the things he had stowed in, wondering if he'd forgotten anything. His chief treasure, his cooking gear, and a little box of salt that he always carried and refilled when he could. Good supply of pipeweed, but not near enough, I'll warrant. Flint and tinder, woolen hose, linen, various small belongings of his master that Frodo had forgotten, and Sam had stowed to bring them out in triumph when they were called for. He went through them all. Rope, he muttered. No rope. The only thing last night you said to yourself. Sam, what about a bit of rope? You'll want it if you haven't got it. Well, I'll want it. I can't get it now. At that moment, Elrond came out with Gandalf, and he called the company to him. This is my last word, he said in a low voice. The ring-bearer is setting out on the quest of Mount Doom. On him alone is any charge laid. Neither to cast away the ring, nor deliver it to any servant of the enemy, nor indeed to let any handle it, save members of the company and the council, and only then in gravest need. The others go with him as free companions to help him on his way. You may tarry, or come back, or turn aside into other paths, as chance allows. The further you go, the less easy it will be to withdraw, yet no oath or bond is laid on you to go further than you will, for you do not yet know the strength of your hearts, and you cannot foresee what each may meet upon the road. Faithless is what he says farewell when the road darkens, said Gimli. Maybe, said Elrond, but let him not vow to walk in the dark who has not yet seen the nightfall. Yet sworn word may strengthen quaking hearts, said Gimli. Or break it, said Elrond. Look not too far ahead, but now go with good hearts. Farewell, and may the blessing of the elves and men and all free folk go with you. May the stars shine upon your faces. Good luck, cried Bilbo, stuttering with the cold. I don't suppose you will be able to keep diary, Frodo, my lad, but I shall expect a full account when you get back, and don't be too long. Farewell. Many others of Elrond's household stood in the shadows and watched them go, bidding them farewell with soft voices. There was no laughter, and no song or music. At last they turned away and faded silently into the dusk. They crossed the bridge and wound slowly up the long, steep path that led out of the cloven vale of Rivendell, and they came at length to the high moor where the wind hissed through the heather. Then, with one glance at the last homely house twinkling below them, they strode away far into the night. At the ford of Bruinen, they left the road and, turning southwards, went on by narrow paths among the folded lands. Their purpose was to hold this course west of the mountain for many miles and days. The country was much rougher and more barren than in the green vale of the great river in Wilderland and the other side of the range, and their going would be slow, but they hoped in this way to escape the notice of unfriendly eyes. The Kosh, thank you for following. Catch you tomorrow. Have a good one, Sheriff. Bye, Geffrin. I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for everything. You're a sweet bean. I'll see you soon. Yeah, get some tea, guys. Great evenings. Thanks, Jeff. Following you just for the name. At the gym and haven't even made it through the ad yet. Kosh, I appreciate that. You can't see this. Love you, Kosh. Can someone say love you, Kosh, in chat? I can't type right now. If someone has the ability to let Kosh know we love him. Love you. You guys are great. Shifty, good morning. The spies of Sauron had hitherto seldom been seen in the empty country, and the paths were little known except to the people of Rivendell. Gandalf walked in front, and with him went Aragorn, who knew this land even in the dark. The others were in file behind, and Legolas, whose eyes were keen, was the rear guard. The first part of their journey was hard and dreary, and Frodo remembered little of it save the wind. For many sunless days an icy blast came from the mountains in the east, and no garment seemed to keep out from its searching fingers. Though the company was well clad, they seldom felt warm, either moving or at rest. They slept uneasily during the middle of the day in some hollow of the land, or hidden under the tangled thorn bushes that grew in thickets in many places. In the late afternoon they were roused by the watch, and took their chief meal, cold and cheerless as a rule, for they could seldom risk the lighting of a fire. In the evening they went on again, always as nearly southward as they could find a way.
Slimes. What's happening
Aw.
up there?
Shall I describe it to you? Or would you like me to find you a box?
Great, thank you for gifting a sub to Coach. Coach, welcome to Banana Town. Fine Print says you can never leave. My apologies, not really though. Dwins, thank you for the Gimli. Love you, Coach. Said thank you unless she loves you. I'm in love with you! Message in order of streamer. She says she hates you. Help you out with the ads, dude. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Gray. Welcome, Kosh, if you've been sucked out of Adland. Where the fuck was I? Oh. At first it seemed to the hobbits that although they walked and stumbled until they were weary, they were creeping forward like snails and getting nowhere. Each day the land looked much the same as it had the day before. Yet steadily the mountains were drawing nearer. South of Rivendell they rose even higher, and bent westwards about the feet of the main range, where there was tumbled and ever wider lands of bleak hills, and deep valleys filled with turbulent waters. Paths were few and winding, and led them often only to the edge of some sheer fall, or down into treacherous swamps. They had been a fortnight on the way when the weather changed. The wind suddenly fell, and then veered round to the south. The swift flowing clouds lifted and melted away, and the sun came out, pale and bright. There came a cold, clear dawn at the end of a long, stumbling night march. Travelers reached a low ridge crowned with ancient holly trees, whose gray-green trunks seemed to have been built out of very stone of the hills. Their dark leaves shone, and their berries glowed red in the light of the rising sun. Away in the south, Frodo could see the dim shapes of lofty mountains that seemed now to stand across the path that the company was taking. At the left on this high range rose 3 peaks. The tallest and nearest stood up like a tooth tipped in the snow. Its great bare northern precipice was still largely in the shadow, but where the sunlight slanted upon it, it glowed red. Gandalf stood at Frodo's side and looked out under his hand. "We have done well," he said. "We have reached the borders of the country that men call Holland. Many elves lived here in happier days, when Eregion was its name. 5 leagues as a crow flies we have come, though many long miles further feet have walked. The land and the weather will be milder now, but perhaps all the more dangerous." "Dangerous or not, a real sunrise is mighty welcome," said Frodo, throwing back his hood and letting the morning light fall on his face. "But the mountains are ahead of us," said Pippin. "We must have turned eastward in the night." "No," said Gandalf. "What you see further ahead, in the clear light, beyond those peaks, the range bends round southwest. There are many maps in Elrond's house, but I suppose you never thought to look at them." "Yes, I did, sometimes," said Pippin, "but I don't remember them. Frodo had a better head for that sort of thing." "I need no map," said Gimli, who had come up with Legolas, and was gazing out before him with strange light in his deep eyes. "There is land where our fathers worked of old, and we have wrought the image of those mountains into many works of metal and stone, and in many songs and tales. They stand in our dreams. Barra, Zurich, Zrathir. Only once before have I seen them from afar in waking life, but I know them and their names, for under them lies Kazakh Doom, and the Dwarfendelf. Dwarfendelf, I can't say that to save my life. That is now called the Black Pit, Moria in the Elvish tongue. Yonder stands Berzimbar and Redhorn and Cruel Kaharis, and beyond them the Silvertine and Cloudy Head, Celebdil the White, and Fandul the Grey, that we call Zirigzigel and Bundersather. There the misty mountains divide, and between their arms lies the deep-shadowed valley, which we cannot forget. And Ulzbazar, as in Ulbazar, the Dimril Dale, which the elves call Nardu Hirhir. I'm not even gonna try. It is for the Drimmendale we are making, said Gandalf. If we climb the pass that is called the Red Horn Gate under the far of the Cardars, we shall come down by the Dimril stair into the deep vale of the dwarves. There lies the Miramare, and there's the river Silverlode rises its icy springs. Dark is the water of Kel's arm, and colder the springs of Kibli Nala. My heart trembles as the thought that I might see them soon. May you have joy of the sight, my good dwarf, said Gandalf. But whatever you may do, we at least cannot stay in the valley. We must go down the Silverlode and into the secret woods, so that the great river, and then... He paused. Yes, and where then, said Merry. To the end of the journey. In the end. We cannot look too far ahead. Let us be glad that the first stage is safely over. I think we will rest here, not only today, but tonight as well. There will be wholesome air about Holland. Much evil must befall the country before it wholly forgets the elves, if they once dwelt there. That is true, said Legolas. But the elves of this land were of a race strange to us of the Sylvan folk, and the trees, the grass do not now remember them. Only I hear the stones lament them. Deep they delved us, fair they wrought us, high they builded us, but they are gone. They are gone. They sought the havens long ago. Dude, fuck this shit, yeah, very impossible.
God?
Yes.
God.
Yes. He isn't in heaven. He has to be somewhere.
Try New Mexico. I hear he's on a tortilla.
No, he's not on any flatbread.
Twins, thank you. Tortilla. That morning they lit a fire, deep hollow shrouded by the great brushes of holly, and their supper breakfast was merrier than it had been since they set out. They did not hurry to bed afterwards, for they expected to have all night's sleep in, and they did not mean to go on again until the evening of the next day. Only Aragorn was silent and restless. After a while he left the company and wandered to the ridge. There he stood in the shadow of a tree, looking out southwards and westwards, with his head posed as if he was listening. Then he returned to the brink of the dell and looked down on the others laughing and talking. "What is the matter, Strider?" Merry called up. "What are you looking for? Do you miss the east wind?" "No, indeed," he answered, "but I miss something. I have been in the country of Holland in many seasons. No folk dwell here now, but many other creatures live here at all times, especially birds. Yet now all things but you are silent. I can feel it. There is no sound for miles about us, and your voices seem to make the ground echo. I do not understand it." Gandalf looked up with sudden interest. "But what do you guess is the reason?" he asked. "Is there more in it than surprise for seeing four hobbits, not to mention the rest of us, where people are so seldom seen or heard?" "I hope that is it," answered Aragorn. "But I have a sense of watchfulness and of fear that I have never had here before." "Then we must be more careful," said Gandalf. "If you bring a ranger with you, it is well to pay attention to him, especially if the ranger is Aragorn. We must stop talking aloud, rest quietly, and set the watch." It was Sam's turn. Don't let Sam do anything. It was Sam's turn that day to take the first watch, but Aragorn joined him. The others fell asleep. The silence grew until Sam felt it. The breathing of the sleepers could be plainly heard. The swish of the pony's tail and the occasional movements of his feet became loud noises. Sam could hear his own joints creaking if he stirred. Dead silence was around him, and all over hung a clear blue sky, as the sun rode up from the east. Away in the south a dark patch appeared and grew and drove north like flying smoke in the wind. "What's that, Strider?" "It don't look like a cloud," said Sam in a whisper to Aragorn. He made no answer. He was gazing intently at the sky, but before long Sam could see for himself what was approaching. Flocks of birds, flying at great speed, were wheeling and circling and traversing all the land as if they were searching for something, and they were steadily drawing nearer. "Lie flat and still," hissed Aragorn, pulling Sam down into the shade of a holly bush, for a whole regiment of birds had broken away suddenly from the main host and came, flying low, straight towards the ridge. Sam thought they were a kind of crow of larger size. As they passed overhead in so dense a throng that their shadow followed them darkly over the ground below, one harsh croak was heard. Not until they dwindled into the distance north and west, the sky was clear again, would Aragorn rise. Then he sprang up and wakened Gandalf. "Regiments of black crows are flying all over the land between the mountain and the Grey Flood," he said. "They have passed over Holland. They are not natives here. They are Crebain of the Fangorn and Dunland. I do not know which they are about. Possibly there is some trouble laying south which they are fleeing, but I think they are spying out the land. I have also glimpsed many hawks flying up in the sky. I think we ought to move again this evening. Holland is no longer wholesome for us. It is being watched." "And in that case, so is the Red Horn Gate," said Gandalf. "And how we can get over that without being seen, I cannot imagine. We will think of that when we must. As for moving as soon as it is dark, I am afraid that you are right." "Luckily our fire made little smoke, and burned low before the Crebain came," said Aragorn. "Must be put out and not lit again." "Well, if it's not a plague and a nuisance," said Pippin. The news, no fire and a move again by night, had been broken to him as soon as he woke in the late afternoon. "All because of a pack of crows. I'd looked forward to a real good meal tonight, something hot." "Well, you can go on looking forward," said Gandalf. "There may be many expected feasts ahead of you. For myself, I would like to pipe some smoke and comfort, and warmer feet. However, we are certain of one thing at any rate: it will get warmer as we get south." "Too warm, I should wonder," muttered Sam to Frodo. Who is saying this? But I'm beginning to think that it's time we got sight of that fiery mountain, and saw the end of the road, so to speak. I thought at first that this here Redhorn, or whatever its name is, might be, till Gimli spoke his piece, a fair jaw-cracker-dorf language must be. Maps conveyed nothing to Sam's mind, and all distances in these strange lands seemed so vast that he was quite out of his reckoning. All that day the company remained in hiding. The dark birds passed over now and again, but as the westering sun grew red, they disappeared southwards. At dusk the company set out, and turning now half east, they steered the course towards Caradas, which far away still glowed faintly red in the last light of the vanished sun. One by one, white stars sprang forth, and the sky faded. Guided by Aragorn, they struck a good path. It looked to Frodo like remains of the ancient road that had once been broad and well planned from Holland to the mountain pass. The moon, now at the full, rose over the mountains and cast a pale light in which the shadows of stones were black. Many of them looked to have been worked by hands, though now they lay tumbled and ruinous in a bleak, barren land. It was the cold, chill hour before the first stir of dawn, and the moon was low. Frodo looked up at the sky. Suddenly he saw or felt the shadow pass over the high stars, as if for a moment they faded and then flashed out again. He shivered. "Did you see anything pass over?" he whispered to Gandalf, who was just ahead. "No, but I felt it, whatever it was," he answered. "Maybe nothing, only a wisp of thin cloud." "It was moving fast then," muttered Aragorn, "and not with the wind." Nothing further happened that night. The next morning dawned even brighter than before, but the air was chill again. Already the wind was turning back towards the east. For 2 more nights they marched on, climbing steadily but ever more slowly as their road wound up the hills, and the mountains towered up, nearer and nearer. On the 3rd morning Caradas rose before them, a mighty peak, tipped in snow like silver, but with sheer naked sides, dull red as if stained with blood. There was a black look in the sky, and the sun was wan. I don't know what that means. The wind had gone now round to the northeast. Gandalf snuffed the air and looked back. "Winter deepens behind us," he said quietly to Aragorn. "The heights away at the north are wider than they were. Snow is lying far down their shoulders. Tonight we shall be on our way to the high up towards the Red-Horn Gate. We may well be seen by watchers on that narrow path, and waylaid by some evil, but the weather may prove a more deadly enemy than any. What do you think of your course now, Aragorn?" Frodo overheard these words, and understood that Gandalf and Aragorn were continuing a debate that had begun long before. He listened anxiously. "I think no good of our course from beginning to end, as you know well, Gandalf," answered Aragorn, "and perils known and unknown will grow as we go on. But we must go on, and it is no good our delaying the passage of the mountains. Further south there are no passes, till one comes to the Gap of Rohan. I do not trust that way since your news of Saruman. Who knows which side now the marshals the horse lords serve?" "Who knows indeed," said Gandalf. "But there is another way, and not by the pass of Cardus, the dark and secret way that we have spoken of." They totally would horsecock. "Let us not speak of it again. Not yet. Say nothing to the others. I beg, not until it is plain that there is no other way." "We must decide before we go further," answered Gandalf. "Then let us weigh the matter in our minds while the others rest and sleep," said Aragorn. In the late afternoon, while the others were finishing their breakfast, Gandalf and Aragorn went aside together and stood looking at Cardus. Its sides were now dark and sullen, and its head was in a grey cloud. Frodo watched them, wondering which way the debate would go. When they returned to the company, Gandalf spoke, and then he knew that it had been decided to face the weather on the high pass. He was relieved. He could not guess that this was the other dark and secret way, but the very mention of it seemed to fill Aragorn with dismay, and Frodo was glad that it had been abandoned. "From the signs that we've seen lately," said Gandalf, "I fear that the Red-Horn Gate may be watched, and I also have doubts that the weather is coming up behind. Snow may come. We must go with all speed that we can. Even so, it'll take us more than 2 marches before we reach the top of the pass. Dark will come early in the morning. We must leave as soon as you can get ready." "I will a word of advice, if I may," said Boromir. "I was born under the shadow of the White Mountain, and know something of the journeys in the high places. We shall meet bitter cold, if no worse, before we come down on the other side. It will not help us to keep so secret that we are frozen to death. When we leave here, there will still be few trees and bushes. Each of us should carry a bundle of wood, is what I'm going to say, as large as he can bear. And Bill could take a bit more, couldn't you, lad?" said Sam. The pony looked at him mournfully. This poor horse. "Very well," said Gandalf, "but we must not use the wood, not unless there's choice between fire and death." The company... So you're just going to carry... Never mind, I'm not going to get into that. Gandalf's the top. Wan means sick or weak looking. Oh. In the late afternoon... Wait, did I just read this? Oh, I did. The company set out again, with good speed at first, but soon their way became steep and difficult. The twisting and climbing road had in many places almost disappeared, and was blocked with many fallen stones. The night grew deadly dark under the clouds. A bitter wind swirled among the rocks. By midnight they had climbed to the knees of the great mountains. The narrow path now wound under a sheer wall of cliffs to the left, above which the grim flanks of Cardus towered up invisible in the gloom. On the right was a gulf of darkness, where the land fell suddenly into a deep ravine. Laboriously they climbed a sharp slope, and halted for the moment at the top. Frodo felt a soft touch on his face. He put out his arm and saw the dim white flakes of snow settling on his sleeve. They went on, but before long the snow was falling fast, filling all the air and swirling into Frodo's eyes. The dark bent shapes of Gandalf and Aragorn only a pace or two ahead could hardly be seen. I don't like this at all, panted Sam just behind. Snow's all right on a fine morning, but I like to be in bed while it's falling. I wish this lot would go off to Hobbiton. Folk might welcome it there. Except on the high moors of the North Farthing, a heavy fall was rare to the Shire, and was regarded as a pleasant event and the chance for fun. No living hobbit, save Bilbo, could remember the fell winter of 1311, when white wolves invaded the Shire over the frozen Brandywine. Gandalf halted. Snow was thick on his hood and shoulders. It was already ankle-deep about his boots. "This is what I feared," he said. "What do you say now, Aragorn?" I feared it too," Aragorn answered, "but less than other things. I knew the risk of snow, though it seldom falls heavily so far south, save high up in the mountains. But we are not high yet. We are still far down, where the paths are usually open all winter. I wonder if this is contrivance of the enemy," said Boromir. "They say in my land that he can govern the storms of the mountains of shadow and stand upon the borders of Mordor. Strange powers and many allies." "His arm has grown long indeed," said Gimli. "If he draws his snow down from the north to trouble us, they're 300 leagues away." "His arm has grown long," said Gandalf. While they were halted, the wind died down, and the snow slackened until it almost ceased. They tramped on again, but they had not gone more than a furlong when the storm returned with fresh fury. The wind whistled, and the snow became a blinding blizzard. Soon even Boromir found it hard to keep going. The hobbits, bent nearly double, toiled along behind the taller folk, but it was plain to see that they could not go much further if the snow continued. Frodo's feet felt like lead. Pippin was dragging behind. Even Gimli, as stout as any dwarf could be, was grumbling as he trudged. The company halted suddenly, as if they had come to an agreement without words being spoken. They heard eerie noises in the darkness round them. It may have only been a trick of the wind in the cracks and gullies of the rocky wall, but the sounds were those of shrill cries and wild howls of laughter. Stones began to fall from the mountainside, whistling over their heads, or crashing on the path beside them. Every now and again they heard a dull rumble, and a great boulder rolled down from the hidden heights above. "We cannot go further tonight," said Boromir. "Let those call in the wind who will. There are fell voices on that air, and these stones are aimed at us." "I do call it the wind," said Aragorn, "but that does not make what you say untrue. There are many evil and unfriendly things in the world that have little love for those that go on 2 legs, and yet not in the league with Sauron, but have purposes of their own. Some have been in this world longer than us. Cadras is called the Cruel, and had an ill name," said Gimli. "Long years ago, when rumor of Sauron had not been heard in these lands." "It's a matter of who is the enemy, if we cannot beat off this attack," said Gandalf. "But what could we do?" cried Pippin miserably. He was leaning on Merry and Frodo, and he was shivering. "Either stop where we are, or go back," said Gandalf. "It's no good going on. Only a little higher, if I remember rightly, this path leaves the cliff and runs into a wider shallow through the bottom of a long, hard slope. We should have no shelter there from snow, or stones, or anything else." "It is no good going back while the storm holds," said Aragorn. "We have passed no place on the way up that offered more shelter than the cliff wall we are under now." "Shelter," muttered Sam. "If this is shelter, then one wall and no roof makes a house." The company now gathered together as close to the cliff as they could. It faced southwards. Near the bottom it leaned out a little, so that they hoped it would give them some protection from the northerly wind and from the falling stones. But eddying blasts swirled around them from every side, and the snow flowed down in ever denser clouds. They huddled together with their backs to the wall. Bill the pony stood patiently but dejectedly in front of the hobbits, and screened them a little, but before long the drifting snow was above his hocks, and it went on mounting. If they had no larger companions, the hobbits would soon have been entirely buried. A great sleepiness came over Frodo. He felt himself sinking fast in a warm and hazy dream. He thought a fire was beating his toes, and out of the shadows on the other side of the hearth he heard Bilbo's voice speaking. "Don't think much of your diary," he said. "Snowstorms in January the 12th, but there was no need to come back to report that." "But I wanted to rest and sleep, Bilbo," Frodo answered with an effort, when he felt himself shaken and came back painfully to wakefulness. Boromir had lifted him from the ground out of a nest of snow. "This would be the death of the halflings, Gandalf," said Boromir. "It is useless to sit here until the snow goes over our heads. We must do something to save ourselves." "Give them this," said Gandalf, searching his pack and drawing out a leather flask. "Just a mouthful each, for all of us. It's very precious. It is Mirivor, cordial of Imladris. Elrond gave it to me at our parting. Pass it round." As soon as Frodo had swallowed a little of the warm and fragrant liquor, he felt the new strength of heart, and the heavy drowsiness left his limbs. The others also arrived, round fresh hope and vigor, but the snow did not relent. It swirled about them thicker than ever, and wind blew louder. "What do you say to fire?" asked Boromir suddenly. "The choice seems near now, fire and death, Gandalf. Doubtless we shall be hidden from unfriendly eyes when the snow has covered us, but that will not help us." "You may make fire if you can," answered Gandalf. "If there are no watchers that can endure this storm, and they can see us, fire or no." But though they had brought wood and kindlings by the advice of Boromir, it passed the skill of elf or even dwarf to strike a flame that would hold amid the swirling wind, or catch in the wet fuel. At last, reluctantly, Gandalf himself took a hand. Picking up a stick, I'm not saying that, he held it aloft. Don't want to get clipped. He held it aloft for a moment, and then with a word of command, Narwan Adreth Amen, he thrust the end of his staff into the midst of it. At once a great spout of green and blue flames sprang out, and the wood flared and sputtered. "If there's any to see, then I at least am revealed to them," he said. "I have written Gandalf is here in signs that can read from Rivendell to the mouths of Anduin." But the company cared no longer for watchers or unfriendly eyes. Their hearts were rejoiced to see the light of the fire. The wood burned merrily, and through all round in the snow hissed, the pools of slush crept under their feet, they warmed their hands gladly to the blaze. There they stood, stooping in a circle round the dancing and blowing flames. A red light was on their tired and anxious faces. Behind them the night was like a black wall. But the wood was burning fast, and the snow still fell. The fire burned low, and the last stick was thrown on. "The night is getting old," said Aragorn. "The dawn is not far off. If any dawn can pierce these clouds, said Gimli. Boromir stepped out of the circle and stared up into the blackness. "The snow is growing less," he said, "and the wind is quieter." Frodo gazed wearily at the flakes still falling out of the dark to be revealed white for a moment in the light of dying fire, but for a long time he could see no sign of their slackening. Then suddenly, as sleep was beginning to creep over him again, he was aware that the wind was indeed fallen, and the flakes were becoming larger and fewer. Very slowly a dim light began to grow. At last the snow stopped altogether. As the light grew stronger, it showed a silent, shrouded world. Below their refuge were white humps and domes of shapeless deeps beneath the path that lay trodden was altogether lost. But the heights above were hidden in great clouds still heavy in the threat of snow. Gimli looked up and shook his head. "Gardas has not forgiven us," he said. "He has more snow yet to fling at us if we go on. The sooner we go back and down, the better." To this they all agreed, but their retreat was now difficult. It might well prove impossible. Only a few places from the ashes of their fire the snow lay many feet deep, higher than the heads of the hobbits. In many places it had been scooped. Thank you, twins. Take this, it's absinthe. What's up, Slarty? 6, good morning. Gandalf stuck his staff. That was wonderful. I'm gonna take a little sippy poo here. Feeling quite parched. My leg is so bruised. What happened to me? Where the fuck was I? In places it had been scooped and piled by the wind into great drifts against the cliff. "If Gandalf would go before us with a bright flame, he might melt a path for you," said Legolas. The storm had troubled him a little, and he alone of the company remained still light of heart. Oh, the storm had troubled him little, and he alone of the company remained still light of heart. If elves could fly over the mountain, they might fetch the sun to save us, answered Gandalf. But I must have something to work on. I cannot burn snow. Well, said Boromir, when heads are at a loss, bodies must serve, as we say in my country. The strongest of us must seek a way. See, through all the snow-clad, our path as we came turned around the shoulder of the rock down yonder. There was that snow first began to burden us. If we could reach that point, maybe it would prove easier beyond. It is no more than a furlong off, I guess. What is a furlong? I could give it a kiss. There will be a quiz, alien, yes. Then let us force a path thither, you and I, said Aragorn. Aragorn was the tallest of the company, but Boromir, a little less in height, was broader and heavier in build. He led the way, and Aragorn followed him. Slowly they moved off, and they were soon toiling heavily. In places the snow was breast high, and often Boromir seemed to be swimming or burrowing with his great arms rather than walking. Legolas watched them for a while with a smile upon his lips, and then he turned to the others. The strongest must seek a way, say you, but I say, let a ploughman plough, but choose an otter for swimming, and for running light over grass and leaf, or over snow, an elf. With that he sprang forth nimbly, and then Frodo noticed, as if for the first time, though he had not known it, that the elf had no boots, but only wore light shoes, as he always did, and his feet made little imprints in the snow. Little imprint in the snow. Omol, thank you for following. Farewell, farewell, he said to Gandalf. I shall go find the sun. Legolas is fucking crazy. Then, swift as a runner over firm sand, he shot away, and quickly overtaking the toiling men, with a wave of his hand he passed them, and sped into the distance, and vanished round the rocky turn. The others waited huddled together, watching until Boromir and Aragorn dwindled into black specks in the whiteness. At length they too passed from sight. The time dragged on, the clouds lowered. Now a few flakes of snow came curling down again. An hour maybe went by, though it seemed far longer, and the last they saw Legolas coming back. At the same time Boromir and Aragorn reappeared round the bend far behind him and came laboring up the slope. Well, cried Legolas as he ran up, I have not brought the sun. She is walking in the blue fields of the south, and little wreath of snow on this Redhorn Hill rock troubles her not at all. But I have brought back a gleam of good hope for those who are doomed to go on feet. There is the greatest wind drift of all beyond the turn, and there our strong men were almost buried. They despaired until I returned and told them that the drift was a little wider than a wall. On the other side, the snow suddenly grows less, while further down there is no more than a white coverlet to cool a hobbit's toes. Yeah, it is as I said, growled Gimli. It was no ordinary storm, it is the ill will of Cadras. He does not love elves and dwarves, and that drift was laid cut off our escape. But happily your Cadras had forgiven you that you have men with you, said Boromir, who came up at that moment, and doughty men too, if I may say it, though lesser men made spades might have served you better. Still, we have thrust a lane through the drift, and for that all here may be grateful who cannot run as light as elves. But how are you to get down there even if you cut through the drift, said Pippin, voicing the thought of all the hobbits. Have hope, said Boromir. I am weary, but I still have some strength left, and Aragorn too. We will bear the little folk. The others no doubt will make shift to tread the path behind us. Come, Master Peregrine, I will begin with you. He lifted up the hobbit. Cling to my back. I shall need my arms, he said, and strode forward. Aragorn with Merry came behind. Pippin marveled at his strength, seeing the passage that he had already forced with no other tool than his great limbs. Even now, burdened as he was widening the track for those who followed, thrusting the snow aside as he went. They came at length to the great drift. It was flung across the mountain path like a sheer and sudden wall, and its crest, sharp as if it made with knives, reared up more than twice the height of Boromir. But though the middle passage had been beaten, rising and falling like a bridge. But through the middle a passage had been beaten, rising and falling like a bridge. On the far side, Merry and Pippin were set down, and there they waited with Legolas for the rest of the company to arrive. After a while, Boromir returned carrying Sam. Behind in the narrow but now well-trodden track came Gandalf, leading Bill with Gimli perched among the baggage. Lastly came Aragorn carrying Frodo. They passed through the lane, but hardly had Frodo touched the ground when the deep rumble there rolled a downfall of stones and slithering snow. The spray of it half blinded the company as they crouched against the cliff, and when the air cleared again, they saw that the path was blocked behind them. "Enough! Enough!" cried Gimli. "We are departing as quickly as we may." And indeed, with that last stroke of malice of the mountains seemed to be expended, as if Codrus was satisfied that the invaders had been beaten off and they would not dare return. The threat of snow lifted, the clouds began to break, and the light grew broader. As Legolas had reported, they found that the snow became steadily more shallow as they went down, so that even the hobbits could trudge along. Soon they all stood once more on the flat shelf at the head of the steep slope where they had felt the first flakes of snow the night before. The morning was now far advanced. From the high place they looked westward over the lower lands. From the high place they looked back westward over the lower lands. Far away in the tumble of country that lay at the foot of the mountains was the dell from which they started to climb the pass. Action Mitch, thank you for following. Frodo's legs ached. He was chilled to the bone and hungry, and his head was dizzy as the thought of the long and painful march downhill. As he thought of the... God, this is fucking dyslexia city. Black specks swam before his eyes. He rubbed them, but the black specks remained. In the distance below him, but still high above the lower foothills, dark dots were circling in the air. "The birds again," said Aragorn, pointing down. "That cannot be helped now," said Gandalf. "Whether they are good or evil, or have nothing to do with us at all, we must go down at once. Not even on the knees of the Cadres will we wait for another nightfall." A cold wind flowed down behind them as they turned their backs on the Red-Horn Gate and stumbled wearily down the slope. Cadres had defeated them. Is there a date for a reading epilogue? I couldn't read those. I can read some epilogues. Sounds boring as shit, but I'll do it. Love Triforce Tattoo. Hi, by the way. Hi, Pob. How you doing? Also, welcome, Momo. Bye, Six. I hope you have a great night. Oh my god. Just got really sharp pain in my side. Okay, so we have gotten to chapter 4 already. God, how many pages did we just read? Like 30 something? What the fuck? It didn't seem like that much. No, it was only like 15 pages. That's a pretty short chapter. So we can take a short break and we can read another chapter if it's close enough. I think I have time for one more chapter before they get to Khazad Dûm. Yeah, I think I could do that. It's only like 30 pages. So we could take a break and do one more chapter, or we can fuck off with the reading shit. What do you guys want? Hey, Tyrannosaurus. What's up, Snow? It's a good amount of pages. Pretty good. I could do some more. We can get another chapter knocked out. Has it been an hour already? I don't know. I think it has, yeah. I'll be up for another chapter. Worst case, cut it off when you run out of time. I really don't like ending before a chapter finishes. But I think now that I'm kind of in the groove of things, I can read a little bit faster. I can't remember what voice I used to do for Gimli, and it's driving me crazy. Side pain, cringe pain. I hate it so much. E. coli fighting back. We've been reading for around an hour now. Okay, yeah, so we can do another chapter in about an hour then. That's doable. I don't know you, so whatever. Word, brother. I'm good with whichever path you choose. Don't forget the drink. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to check my mail, make sure I didn't get anything else. In my mailbox. They keep clogging my mailbox up with fucking election shit. It's pissing me off. It's really annoying. It's all just trash stuff, too. It's, like, nothing that's, like, I need for the election. It's just, like, here's a bunch of, like, paper you can't recycle. I'm like, that's cool. Have you ever read Hasbro Camaraderie or Bertwatton series? Nope. I can't even say half that shit. Chapter fucking around. I believe the voice you used was the dumb blonde voice. Have a nice break. Thank you, Gank. Last bit you read has to be in action voices, maybe. It feels so fulfilling, though, to mass delete 20 emails. I like mass deleting my entire email thing, but then sometimes I regret it. Do you have a fireplace? I love election season, cozy warm. I do have a fireplace. It's right there, actually. We're right next to it, but I'm not allowed to use it because my landlord won't get it cleaned, so it's a fire hazard. It's like one of the reasons I was cool with this apartment was because I could heat it in the winter with wood, because your bitch loves chopping wood. But then I found out that he's just never going to get around to cleaning the flue, so... Thought I spelled it correctly. I think you did good. What happens while reading if someone reads voice? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Your mistake is not stabbing the landlord in the back. I agree. Definitely need chimney inspected and cleaned. Yeah, for real. And I'm not paying for that. I don't have money for that. I'm already getting gouged on rent. Whoa! 3 in a row. Okay, I'm gonna do your poll there, bud. I'm gonna do pal around because I can't type fucking in a poll, apparently. I can't type, apparently, either. We're gonna do a 3-minute poll. Never mind, we're not going to do a 3-minute poll because this thing's broken, apparently. Can read the mail to us, be a reading stream, and you get some private stuff done. If it wouldn't dox me, I would do all of my mail stuff on stream, honestly. Sorry, I haven't stopped by in a while. Hope everyone's doing good. What's up, Craig? How you doing? Multi-burp. What's the term my ex used when she wanted to Netflix and chill? I like that. It's like a very old man way of saying let's fuck. My back hurts. Ask ChatGPT. I can't fucking log into that shit, and it's pissing me off. I have a fucking account and everything, and then it just, like, doesn't ever let me log in. And it's like, dude, fuck you. And then I change the password, same thing happens, and it's like, select all the bicycles, but then it just never ends. Just read your neighbor's mail to us, that way you don't get doxxed. I could just steal people's mail, commit a federal offense for content, you know. What can you do? Am I right? I'm gonna have such a long night at work. I have this laser cutter that I want to open. Please commit federal offense for content. We love that shit. I know. I know. You guys. You guys. You'll take anything. Okay. I'm just gonna take like a quick break. That probably won't be long. I'm just gonna go pee, get my mail, stretch, not speak for a minute. Join the mass of other brain genius and content creators. Dude, the fucking the worst thing that can happen when I go on break is I go outside and like get my mail or something, because that's what I like to do on break. I like to go outside, get some fresh air, get my mail, get more water or whatever, a snack, pee, do all those things, and not speak. But sometimes I'll go out there and like my landlord's out there or like one of my neighbors is out there, and then they'll just talk to me the whole time I'm on break, and I'm like, this was not the point of this. It seems like someone's sleepy or needs more oxygen. Both. I'll donate my mail to the cause. Thank you. What is the throat equivalent of brushing teeth? Deep throat, coughing. Probably like a endoscopy. I don't think, I guess deep throating is as close as it gets, bro. I don't, with like a ribbed condom, that's like really, God, that's awful. If you don't get beverage and snack, I swear. Just pretend to be dead. I can do that. Oh, I got Cheez-Its yesterday. I forgot. I hate getting my mail because my mailbox is so full of people who used to live here and it just flies all over the ground. I just put it on top of my mailbox and write not at this address on it, and then it disappears by the next day when the mailman comes. And then eventually I'll stop getting their mail if I do that enough because it pisses off the mailman enough. They actually do something about it. Petting head of sleepy banana. I need a pet. Tell me you gotta go, you're cooking. You have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, if I'm like, I gotta take a shit, that usually works, but sometimes it's, I don't know. The mailman won't take it. They've said that the location refuses to do anything with it. Fucking go, dude, make a bin. Okay, do me a favor and be a bitch, okay? Be a real bitch for these people. Make a bin, get a laundry basket, and just slowly start filling it up with the mail from other people, for other people. Because legally they're supposed to, like, do something about it. Like, you can't just keep someone's mail, you know? So fill up a laundry basket with the mail until it's, like, full. And then just take it into the post office and then just give it to them and be like, I have been trying to get my mailman to stop bringing me this other person's mail and they refused. So now it's your problem. And then just leave the fucking laundry basket there. Why do you need a laser cutter? Because I like to cut things with a laser. That's what I would like. I'm trying to start a business. Maddie moved out of the apartment house, the nightmare house, and into a new place, and got a lazy boy, and has been enjoying her naps. That sounds so awesome. What the fuck? The mail actually does take the mail back, and they return it. They returned or forward it. Usually gets returned to sender. They're supposed to take the mail back. Report them to the postmaster. Yeah, dude. Be a catty bitch. Bring in a basket full of mail that they're gonna have to go through, and report it at the same time. And be like, this is fucking bullshit. I like the mail fairy. He's great. He just takes the mail I don't want, and he takes it away, and then it disappears. Offer them shut up candy when on break. It's sugar. They get conditioned to like you. They stay silent for 5 minutes. That's a great way to deal with children. Wow. It doesn't sound like USPS. Sounds like they're not in the US. Are you in the US? It is USPS. Dude, fuck this mailman. I'd fucking square up with him. Okay, you guys want me to keep reading? You got it. Get a P.O. box. Sheriff is moonlighting as one villain. That's why she needs a laser cutter. Yeah, dude. I've been moonlighting as a villain, like, my whole life. Like to start a new business so hard, but I need money to do it. What's your business plan? Or idea? Pretty much every business plan starts with needing money of some kind, even if it's only a couple dollars. The left guy. Thank you for following. We have good carriers here. Take the mail back and have always been good about handling the mail. I've talked to the postmaster. They're the ones who said not our problem. I haven't talked to anyone above them yet, but I'm sure it'll come. Go to a different post office. Like, really. Like, I'm not kidding. I've gone to other, like, some post offices and they're, like, fucking dumb as hell, and then I've gone to other ones and they're, like, totally fine. No break, huh? My business plan is begging. I am gonna take a break. I'm yawning too much. You guys figure out Dwin's postal issues and I'm gonna take a break, okay? I'll give you a clone for a minute. Put him on there. That was... Wow, I placed that Pusheen really well. Left guy, hello. I'm about to take a break. It's really nice to meet you, but I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? If I put it off again, I'll never leave. I have different plans. Get yourself... We gotta score some money. Okay. I'll be right back. Love you guys. My brother in Christ, I thought my shit was falling apart. I had to find my chapstick, I'm sorry. Sarah, hello. You are the loop. We miss you in the Discord. Brian, hi. I know. I'm trying to be more active. I'm just also trying not to burn myself out. After vacation again, you know? That's the thing. Really don't want to burn out again. So I'm taking things in stride. Welcome back. We hear you now. Okay. Oh, you were talking to Sarah. I'm sorry, I can't fucking see shit. You were talking to Sarah. That was for Sarah. I see that now. But you're welcome to use the Discord as much as you like since it's your Discord. Yeah, well, I'm a dingus and I just couldn't... my chat on here is, like, not as thorough as the one on my PC for some reason. I don't know what's wrong with it. My BTP is broken or something. So, I can't see the replies as easily. So I'm blind. So my bad. My bad. If I finish this today on stream, I've drank a whole glass of water, which is, I'm doing good. I've been trying to drink at least like 3 or 4 glasses of water a day, because I normally drink like 2. And I've been sleeping through my water time at night. I drink most of my water at night, but I've been sleeping hard, so thank you, Hearthstone. I like don't even...
Drink!
Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that? I don't even, drank! That's what it said. I was like, what? Jake? I thought I was saying Jake over and over again. I don't, like, get thirsty. Really. Good job, Nader. Thank you, Sarah. Is that a bruise on your thigh? It is. It is a giant bruise. I think I ran into a table or something when I was drunk. I have 2 1-liter bottles, which I usually get through over 24 hours span. That's pretty good. Everyone's concerned about your bruise. It's just from a table, probably. Hurts me that your book is wounded. We need to get that fixed. It was my mom's. So it's been through hell. Because she read it over and over again. It's like... falling apart. The covers... yeah. He's having a hard day. He's having a hard time. Should be able to rebind it. Yeah. I could try and do it myself, or I could find someone. Okay, we're gonna hit one more chapter. Which I hope we can get through in an hour. Sure you didn't walk into a door? No. Unfortunately. I do that a lot. If you're in trouble, blink twice. I'm okay. I'm not being abused. Everything's fine. It has meaning you probably want to keep it and get it repaired. Yeah. I do.
Let me smash.
Damien, thank you for following. Welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. We're almost there. Was it a Hobbit door? That's probably why. It's on my leg, yeah. Take you to the public library and ask them, and they'll be able to help for cheap or free. It's true. Anti-censorship, it bothers me to see a book damaged or destroyed in any way. Me too. I remember when I was a kid, and we were learning about the Holocaust and shit, and they had told us about how they burned a bunch of books. I remember just, like, I teared up so bad. I was like, what? You just burned them? But what about the people that want to read them? I adopt books that I don't even like. If someone's getting rid of books and they say they're gonna throw them away, I'm like, I'll take them. Even if I don't want them, and then I'll take them to, like, donation centers or the library. because most people will just throw them away, and I find that heartbreaking. To be the handsomest girl in all of Washington, NYC. What might your name be? King, what's up? I always donate my books. It's for the best. I feel bad donating them to, like, donation centers, because then people have to buy them. So I try to take them to the library. How we doing tonight? Pretty good, King. How about you? Important sign for females being abused at home is a black dot pointed at the hand, which they can show when someone is at the door. Could be hard when the whole hand has a black tattoo on it. That's true. That's true. I'm alright. Good. Burned an obsolete law book that was actually useless, just to see what the draw is. It's really hard to burn a book. They're dense and they don't like to light. I believe it. Have a bowl of mashed potatoes. That sounds lit. God, that sounds really good right now, actually. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat before work. Okay. We're going to resume reading. Water coated my throat with phlegm. We're going to resume reading. We have about an hour to get through a whole chapter, which is like 30 pages. Butter and herb? Fuck. Most of the time they tear the books up a bit trying to burn them, which is even worse. I had a pot of mac and cheese. A whole pot. Dear God. Not too late, am I? No. We've just been reading. Set up one bookcase in your home that you keep books you have read and invite guests to take with them. I do have the books that were in the background the other day on the drawing stream. Those are books that people either lent me and I don't know who lent them to me, books that I just have and I don't know where they came from, or books that I don't intend to keep and I just kind of like hope that when my friends come over they're like, oh, you still have this, and I'm like, oh, this is yours, like, because I can't remember who lent me some of them, so kind of the same. Reading Britney Spears' book right now. Whoa, it's a lovely idea, Fuji. Had currywurst with fries. I can't write anymore. What's ring today? Huh? So many books right now that I find a book and I'm like, oh, wow, I have that book. Yeah, I have several copies of books that I like, which is not great. The most I read is Reddit green text. I am so addicted to Reddit, it's not good. I will just scroll Reddit and just read for like ever, and I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta get out of that. It went from like scrolling through like things like TikTok and Instagram memes and shit to I just scroll Reddit now, and it's not good either. Tend to buy books faster than I can read them. My coffee table's stacked high. Just get another coffee table. Big brain, 5 head, duh. What about 4chan green text? God, that shit's wild. Okay. Get another coffee table, Adam. Put the coffee table on that coffee table and people are like, why'd you do this? Be like, too many books. We have a family library. That's cute. Where's my book at? Sorry, dude. Ninja's broken and donated all the books I had in this one area. Reddit green text is the lamest, most addictive garbage. Screenshot of 4chan. Yeah, I do find... That's where I end up reading 4chan shit. Like, it's just Reddit. Get another table. 1878? Jesus Christ. What's green text? Green text is... So, like, 4chan, right? I don't know how to describe green text very easily. You know what 4chan is, right? So it's like forum kind of thing. It's kind of fucked up on there. Faking it. It's just like on 4chan. It's like people like be telling like a story, and like the text will be green, right? So it's called green text, but it's like they'll be like, be me, be 18 years old, be trying to smash girl at school, and then it's just like kind of like a story, but like broken up. I don't know how else to explain this. Be me. Yeah. Funny stories like that may not be real from 4chan. Ah, got it. Yeah. Listen, my boy. Be me. Be on me. Be a bee. Be me on be on bee. Be movie. Okay, I'm gonna resume reading. Are we ready for this? Beam me up, Scotty. We are on chapter 4, A Journey in the Dark. It was evening, and the gray light was again waning fast when they halted for the night. They were very weary. The mountains were veiled in deepening dusk, and the wind was cold. Gandalf spared them one more mouthful each of the Minvor of Rivendell. When they had eaten some food, he called a council. "We cannot, of course, go on again tonight," he said. "The attack on Redhorn Gate has tired us out, and we must rest here for a while." "And then where are we to go?" asked Frodo. "We still have our journey and our errand before us," answered Gandalf. "We have no choice but to go on or return to Rivendell." Pippin's face brightened visibly at the mere mention of return to Rivendell. Merry and Sam looked up hopefully, but Aragorn and Boromir made no sign. Frodo looked troubled. "I wish I was back there," he said, "but how can I return without shame, unless there is indeed no other way, and we are already defeated?" "You are right, Frodo," said Gandalf. "To go back is to admit defeat, and face worse defeat to come. If we go back now, then the ring must remain there. We shall not be able to set out again. Then, sooner or later, Rivendell will be besieged, and after a brief and bitter time it will be destroyed. The ring wraiths are deadly enemies, but they are only shadows, yet of power and terror they would possess if the ruling ring was on their master's hand again." "Then we must go on, if there is a way," said Frodo with a sigh. Sam sank back into a gloom. "There is a way that we may attempt," said Gandalf. "I thought from the beginning, when I first considered this journey, that we should try it. But it is not a pleasant way, and I have not spoken of it to the company before. Aragorn was against it until the pass over the mountain had at least been tried." "If it's worse than the road, than the Redhorn Gate, then it must be evil indeed," said Merry. "But you'd better tell us about it, and let us know the worst at once." "The road that I speak of leads to the mines of Moria," said Gandalf. Only Gimli lifted up his head. A smoldering fire was in his eyes. On all the others, a dread fell at the mention of the name. Even to the hobbits it was a legend of vague fear. "The road may lead to Moria, but how can we hope that it will lead through Moria?" said Aragorn darkly. "It is the name of ill omen," said Boromir, "nor do I see the need to go there. If we cannot cross the mountain, let us journey southwards until we come to the Gap of Rohan, where men are friendly to my people, taking the road that I followed on my way hither. Or we might pass by and cross the Isen, the Langstrand, and the Libinen, and so come Gondor from the regions nigh to the sea." "Things have changed since you came north, Boromir," answered Gandalf. "Did you not hear what I told you of Saruman? With him I may have business of my own ere all is over, but the ring must not come near Isengard, if it can be by any means be prevented. If that can by any means be prevented. The Gap of Rohan is closed to us while we go with the bearer. As for the longer road, we cannot afford the time. We might spend a year in such a journey, and we should pass through many lands that are empty and harborless. Yet they would not be safe. The watchful eyes of both Saruman and the enemy are on them. When you came north, Boromir, you were the enemy's eyes only stray wanderer from the south, and a matter of small concern to him. His mind was busy with the pursuit of the ring. But you return now as a member of the ring's company, and you are in peril as long as you remain with us. The danger will increase with every league that we go under the naked sky. Since our attempt on the mountain pass, our plight has become more desperate, I fear. I see now little hope, if we do not vanish from sight for a while and cover our trail. Therefore, I advise we should go neither over the mountains nor round them, but take under them. That is a road, at any rate, that the enemy will least expect us to take." "We do not know what he expects," said Boromir. "He may watch all roads, likely and unlikely. In that case, to enter Moria would be to walk into a trap, hardly better than knocking at the gates of the Dark Tower itself. The name of Moria is black." "You speak of what you do not know, when you liken Moria to the stronghold of Sauron," answered Gandalf. "I alone has ever seen the dungeons of the Dark Lord, and only in his older and lesser dwelling, Dol Guldur. Those who pass the gates of Barad-dûr do not return. But I would not lead you into Moria if there was no hope of coming out again. There are orcs there, and may prove ill for us, that is true. but most of the orcs of the Misty Mountains were scattered or destroyed in the Battle of the Five Armies. The Eagles report that the orcs are gathering again from afar, and there is hope that Moria is still free. There is even chance the dwarves are there, and that in some deep hall of his fathers, Balin, son of Fundin, may be found. However, it may prove, one must tread the path that he chooses. I will tread the path with you, Gandalf, said Gimli. I will go and look at the halls of Durin, whatever may be there, if you can find the doors that are shut. Good, Gimli, said Gandalf. You encourage me. We will seek the hidden doors together, and we will come through. In the ruins of the dwarves, a dwarf's head will be less easy to bewilder than elves or men or hobbits. Yet it will be not the first time that I have been to Moria. I saw it there, long for Tharin, son of Thorn, after he was lost. I passed through, and I came out again alive. I too once passed the Dimbril Gate, said Aragorn quietly, but through I also came out again. The memory is very evil. I do not wish to enter Moria a second time. And I do not wish to enter it even once, said Pippin. Nor me, said Sam. Of course not, said Gandalf. Who would? But the question is, who will follow me, if I lead you there? I will, said Gimli eagerly. I will, said Aragorn heavily. You followed my lead almost to disaster in the snow, and have said no word of blame. I will follow your lead now, if this last warning does not move you. It is not the ring, nor us others that I am thinking of now, but of you, Gandalf, and I say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware. I will not go, said Boromir, not unless the vote of the whole company is against me. What do Legolas and the little folk say? The ring-bearer's voice surely should be heard. I do not wish to go to Moria, said Legolas. The hobbits said nothing. Sam looked at Frodo. At last Frodo spoke. I do not wish to go, he said, but neither do I wish to refuse the advice of Gandalf. I beg that there should be no vote, until we have slept on it. Gandalf will get votes easier in the light of the morning than in this cold gloom. How the wind howls! At these words all fell into silent thought. They heard the wind hissing among the rocks and trees, and there was a howling and wailing round them in the empty spaces of the night. Suddenly Aragorn leapt to his feet. How the wind howls, he cries. It is howling with wolf voices. The wargs have come west of the mountains. Need we wait until morning, then, said Gandalf. It is as I said, the hunt is up. Even if we live to see the dawn, who will wish to the journey south by night with the wild wolves on his trail? How far is Moria? Asked Boromir. There was a door southwest of Cardos, some 15 miles as the crow flies, and maybe 20 as the wolf runs, answered Gandalf grimly. Then let us start as soon as it is light tomorrow, if we can, said Boromir. The wolf that one hears is worse than the orc that one fears. True, said Aragorn, loosening his sword in its sheath. But where the warg howls, there is also the orc prowls. These dudes are hitting each other with rhymes and shit. It's really funny. Deskrim, hey, what's up? Howdy, Commander. How you guys doing? Sorry I didn't see you there on the YouTube. I wish I had taken Elrond's advice, muttered Pippin to Sam. I am no good after all. There's not enough of the breed of Banboris and Bullroarer in me. These howls freeze my blood. I don't remember feeling so wretched. My heart's right down in my toes, Mr. Pippin, said Sam. But aren't we in yet? There's some stout folk here with us. Whatever may be store for old Gandalf, I'll wager it isn't a wolf's belly. For their defense in the night, the company climbed to the top of the small hill under which they had been sheltering. It was crowned with a knot of old and twisted trees, about which lay a broken circle of boulder stones. In the midst of this they lit a fire, for there was no hope that darkness and silence would keep their trail from discovery by hunting packs. Round the fire they sat, and those that sat were not on guard dozed easily. Poor Bill, the pony, trembled and sweated where he stood. The howling of the wolves was now all around them, sometimes near and sometimes further off. In the dead of night, many shining eyes were seen peering over the brow of the hill. Some advanced almost to the ring of stones. At a gap, the circle of great wolf shape could be seen halted, gazing at them. A shuddering howl broke from him, as if he were captain summoning his pack to the assault. Gandalf stood up and strode forward, holding his staff aloft. Listen, Hound of Sauron, he cried. Gandalf is here. Fly if you value your foul skin. I will shrivel you from tail to snout if you come within this ring. The wolf snarled and sprang forward them with a great leap. At the last moment, there was a sharp twang. Legolas had loosed his bow. There was a hideous yell, and the leaping shape thudded to the ground. The elvish arrow had pierced its throat. The watching eyes were suddenly extinguished. Gandalf and Aragorn stood forward, but the hill was deserted. The hunting packs had fled. All about them darkness grew silent, and no cry came from the sighing wind. The night was old, and westward the waning moon was setting, gleaming fitfully through the breaking clouds. Suddenly Frodo started from sleep. Without warning, a storm of howls broke out, fierce and wild, all about the camp. A great host of wargs had gathered suddenly and was now attacking them from every side at once. "Fling fuel onto the fire," cried Gandalf to the hobbits. "Draw your blades, and stand back to back." In the leaping light, as the fresh wood blazed up, Frodo saw many grey shapes spring over the ring of stones. More and more followed. Through the throat of one huge leader, Aragorn passed his sword with a thrust. With a great sweep, Boromir hewed the head off another. Beside them Gimli stood with his stout legs apart, wielding his dwarf axe. The bow of Legolas was singing. In the wavering firelight, Gandalf seemed to suddenly grow. He rose up, a great menacing shape like the momentum of some ancient king of stone set upon a hill. Stooping like a cloud, he lifted a burning branch and strode to meet the wolves. They gave back before him. High in the air he tossed the blazing brand. It flared with sudden white radiance like lightning, and his voice rolled like thunder. "Nor Eredith Aemon, nor Darnay, nor Rodith," he cried. There was a roar and a cackle, and the tree above him burst into a leaf and boom of blinding flame. The fire leapt from treetop to treetop. The whole hill was crowned with dazzling light. The swords and knives of defenders shone and flickered. The last arrow of Legolas kindled in the air as it flew, and plunged burning into the heart of a great wolf chieftain. All the others fled. Slowly the fire died, till nothing was left but falling ash and sparks. A bitter smoke curled above the burned tree stumps, and blew darkly from the hill, as the first light of dawn came dimly in the sky. Their enemies were routed and did not return. "What did I tell you, Mr. Pippin?" said Sam, sheathing his sword. "Wolves won't get him. That was an eye-opener, no mistake. Nearly singed the hair off my head." When the full light of the morning came, no signs of wolves were to be found, and they looked in vain for the bodies of the dead. No trace of the fight remained but the charred trees and the arrows of Legolas lying on the hilltop. All were undamaged save the one which only the point was left. "It is as I feared," said Gandalf. "There were no ordinary wolves hunting for food in the wilderness. Let us eat quickly and go." The day the weather changed again, almost as if the command of some power had no longer use for the snow, since they had retreated from the pass. A power that wished to have a clear light, in which things that moved in the wild could be seen from far away. The wind had been turning through north and to northwest during the night, and now it failed. The clouds vanished southwards, and the sky was opened, high and blue. As they stood upon the hillside, ready to depart, a pale sunlight gleamed over the mountain tops. "We must reach the doors before sunset," said Gandalf, "or I fear we shall not reach them at all. It is not far, but our path may be winding, for here Aragorn cannot guide us. He has seldom walked in this country, and only once have I been under the west wall of Moria, and that was long ago." "There it lies," he said, pointing away southeastwards toward the mountains. Mountainside fell sheer into the shadow at their feet. In the distance could be dimly seen a line of bare cliffs, and in their midst, taller than the rest, one great grey wall. "When we left the pass, I led you southwards, and not back to our starting point, as some of you may have noticed. It is well that I did so, for now we have several miles less to cross, and haste is needed. Let us go." "I do not know which to hope," said Boromir grimly, "that Gandalf will find what he seeks, or that coming to the cliff we shall find gates lost forever. All choice is sea-mill, and to be caught between wolves in the wall is the likeliest chance. Lead on." Boromir's a dick. "I know you sweat a lot, but at your age, are you already menopause? Kiku, what the fuck are you talking about?" Successfully lulled me sleepy. Good night, Sheriff Pals. Good night, D. I hope you have a good night. Women are often cold, but sweat during menopause. I think you should look up what menopause is, bro. Straight up. Gimli now walked ahead by the wizard's side, so eager that he was to come to Moria. Together they led the company back towards the mountains. The only road of old to Moria from the west had lain along a course of stream, the Cyrano, that led from the feet of the cliffs to where the doors had stood. But either Gandalf was astray, or else had changed in recent years, for he did not strike the stream where he looked to find it, only a few miles southward from their start. The morning was passing towards noon, and still the company wandered and scrambled in a barren country of red stones. Nowhere they could see any gleam of water or hear any sounds of it. It all was bleak and dry. Their hearts sank. They saw no living thing, and not a bird was in the sky, but what the night would bring, if it caught them in the lost land, none of them cared to think. Suddenly Gimli, who pressed on ahead, called back to them. He was standing on a knoll and pointing to the right. Hurrying up, they saw below a deep and narrow channel. It was empty and silent, and hardly a trickle of water flowed among the brown and red-stained stones of its bed. But on the near side there was a path, much broken and decayed, that wound its way among the ruined walls and paving stones of ancient highroad. Here it is at last, said Gandalf. But as where the stream ran, Cyrano, the gate stream, they used to call it. But there's happened to be water. But what has happened to the water I cannot guess. It used to be swift and noisy. Come, we must hurry. We are late. The company were footsore and tired, but they trudged doggedly along the rough and winding tracks for many miles. The sun turned from the noon and began to go west. After a brief halt and hasty meal, they went on again. Before them the mountains frowned, but their path lay in a deep trough of land. They could see only higher shoulders and the far eastward peaks. At length they came to a sharp bend. There the road, which had been veering southward between the brink of the channel and steep fall of the land to the left, turned and went due east again. Rounding the corner, they saw before them a low cliff, some 5 fathoms high, with a broken and jagged top. Over it a trickling water dripped, though a wide cleft that seemed to have been carved out by fall had once been strong and full. Indeed, things have changed, said Gandalf, but there's no mistaking the place. This is all that remains of Stair Falls. If I remember right, there was a flight of steps cut in the rock at their side, but the main road wound away left and climbed with several loops in the ground at the top. There used to be a shallow valley beyond the falls, right up to the walls of Moria, and the Cyrano flowed through with a road beside it. Let us go and see what things are like now. They found the stone steps without difficulty, and Gimli sprang swiftly up them, followed by Gandalf and Frodo. When they reached the top, they saw that they could go no further that way, and the reason for them drying up of the gate of the stream was revealed. Behind them, the sinking sun filled the cool western sky with glimmering gold. Before them stretched a dark, still lake. Neither sky nor sunset was reflected on its sullen surface. Cyrano had been dammed and filled in all the valley, but the ominous water where reared vast cliffs, their stern faces paled in the fading light. Final and impassable. No sign of gate or entrance. Not a fissure or crack could Frodo see in the frowning stone. There are the walls of Moria, said Gandalf, pointing across the water, and there the gate stood once upon a time. The elven door at the end of the road from the Hollin by which we have come. But this way is blocked. None of the company, I guess, will wish to swim this gloomy water at the end of the day. It has an unwholesome look. We must find a way around the northern edge, said Gimli. First thing for the company to do is climb up by the main path and see where it will lead us. If there were no lake, we could not get our baggage pony up the stair. But in any case, we could not take the poor beast into the mines, said Gandalf. The road is under the mountains is dark road, and there are places narrow and steep which you cannot tread, even if we can. Poor old Bill, said Frodo. I had not thought of that. And poor Sam. I wonder what he will say. I'm sorry, said Gandalf. Poor Bill has been a useful companion, and it goes to my heart to turn him adrift now. I would have traveled lighter and brought no animal, least of all this one Sam is fond of, if I had my way. I feared all along we should much be obliged to take this road. The day was drawing on its end, and cold stars were glinting in the sky above the sunset, when the company, with all speed they could, climbed up the slopes and reached the side of the lake. In breadth it looked no more to be 2 or 3 furlongs at the widest point. What the fuck is a furlong? What is a furlong? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what a furlong is? I'm not reading right now. I gotta know. And I'm not Googling it. I'm gonna wonder. Does anybody know off the top of their head? 1/8 of a mile. So, like, half a mile, dude? Why are these people so bent out of shape about, like, not that far? Edward Fro? I don't even know what that is. A mile is, like, nothing to walk. Even if it's uphill, it's, like, not that far. I was thinking fathoms. They're very short. It's further for them. It's true. My bad. They're real fucking short. My bad. In breadth it looked to be no more than 2 or 3 furlongs at the widest point. How far it stretched away southward they could not see in the failing light, but its northern end was no more than half a mile. Now he's using miles! What the fuck is this about? Half a mile from where they stood, and between the stony ridges that enclosed the valley and the water's edge, there was a rim to open ground. They hurried forward, for they still had a mile or 2 to go before they could reach the point on the far shore that Gandalf was making for, and then he still had to find the doors. When they came to the northernmost corner of the lake, they found a narrow creek that barred their way. It was green and stagnant, thrust out a slimy arm towards the enclosing hills. Gimli strode forward undeterred, and found that the water was shallow, no more than an ankle deep at the edge. Behind him they walked in file, treading their way with care, for under the weedy pools there were sliding and greasy stones, and footing was treacherous. Frodo shuddered with disgust at the touch of the dark, unclean waters on his feet. As Sam, the last of the company, led Bill up the way on dry ground on the far side, there came a soft sound, a swish, followed by a plop, as if a fish had disturbed the surface of the water. Turning quickly, they saw ripples. Black-edged with shadow and waning light, great rings were widening outwards from the point far out in the lake. There was a bubbling noise and then silence. The dusk deepened, and the last gleams of sunset were veiled in cloud. It's getting scary. Grab your teddy bears. It's only 12 blocks. Gandalf now pressed on great pace, and the others followed as quickly as they could. They reached the strip of dry land between the lake and the cliffs. It was narrow, often hardly a dozen yards across, and encumbered with fallen rocks and stones. But they found a way, hugging the cliff, and keeping as far from the dark water as they might. A mile southward along the shore they came upon holly trees. Stumps and dead boughs were rotting in the shallows, and remains, it seemed, of old thickets, or of a hedge that had once lined the roads across the drowned valley. But close under the cliff there stood, still strong and living, 2 tall trees, larger than any trees of holly that Frodo had seen or imagined. Their great roots spread from the wall to the water. Under the looming cliffs they had looked like mere bushes, when seen far off from the top of the stair, but now that they towered overhead, stiff and dark and silent, throwing deep night shadows about their feet, standing like sentinel pillars at the end of the road. "Well, here we are at last," said Gandalf. "Here's the elven way from Holland ended. Holly was the token of the people of the land, and they planted it here to mark the end of their domain. For this west door was made chiefly for their use in their traffic with the lords of Moria. Those were happier days, when there were still close friendships at times between folk of different race, between dwarves and elves." "It was not the fault of the dwarves that the friendship waned," said Gimli. "I have not heard that it was the fault of the elves," said Legolas. "I have heard both," said Gandalf, "and I will not give judgment now. But I beg you two, Legolas and Gimli, at least to be friends and to help me. I need you both. The doors are shut and hidden, and the sooner we find them the better. Night is at hand." Turning to the others, he said, "While I am searching, will you make ready for the enter of the mines? For here I fear we must say farewell to our good beast of burden. You must lay aside much of the stuff that we had brought against bitter weather. You will not need it inside, nor, I hope, when we come through the journey on down into the south. Instead, each of us must take a share of what the pony carried, especially the food and the water-skins." "But you can't leave poor old Bill behind in this forsaken place, Mr. Gandalf," cried Sam, angry and distressed. "I won't have it, and that's flat. He's come so far and all." I am sorry, Sam, said the wizard, but when the door opens, I do not think you will be able to drag your Bill inside, into the long dark of Moria. You will have to choose between Bill and your master. He'd follow Mr. Frodo into a dragon's den if I let him, protested Sam. It'd be nothing more of murder to turn him loose with all these wolves about. It will be short of murder, I hope, said Gandalf. He laid a hand on the pony's head and spoke in a low voice. Go with the words of the guard, guiding on you, he said. You are a wise beast, and you've learned much in Rivendell. Make your ways to places where you can find grass, and so come in time Elrond's house, wherever you wish to go. There, Sam. You will have quite as much of a chance of escaping wolves and getting home as we have. Sam stood sullenly by the pony and returned no answer. Bill seemed to understand well what was going on, nuzzled up to him, putting his nose to Sam's ear. Sam burst into tears and fumbled with the straps, unlading all the pony's packs and throwing them onto the ground. The others sorted out the goods, making a pile of all that could be left behind, and dividing up the rest. When this was done, they turned to watch Gandalf. He appeared to have done nothing. He was standing between two trees, gazing at the blank wall of the cliff, as if he would bore a hole into it with his eyes. Gimli was wandering about, tapping the stone here and there with his axe. Legolas was pressed against the rock, as if listening. Well, here we are already, said Merry. But where are the doors? I can't see any sign of them. Dwarf doors are not made to be seen when shut, said Gimli. They are invisible, and their own masters cannot find them nor open them, if the secret is forgotten. But this door is not made to be secret only to dwarves, said Gandalf, coming suddenly to life and turning round. Unless things are altogether changed, eyes that know what to look for may discover the signs. He walked forward to the wall. Right between the shadow of the trees there was a smooth space, and over this he passed his hand to and fro, muttering words under his breath. Then he stepped back. Look, he said. Can you see anything now? The moon now shone upon the gray face of the rock, but they could see nothing else for a while. Then slowly on the surface, where the wizard's hands had passed, faint lines appeared, like slender veins of silver running in the stone. At first they were no more than pale gossamer threads, so fine that they only twinkled fitfully where the moon caught them, but steadily they grew broader and clearer, until the design could be guessed. At the top, as high as Gandalf could reach, was an arc of interlacing letters in an elvish character. Below, through the threads were in places blurred or broken. The outline could be seen of an anvil and a hammer, surmounted by a crown with 7 stars. Beneath these again were 2 trees, each bearing crescent moons. More clearly than all else there shone forth in the middle of the door a single star with many rays. There are the emblems of... There are the emblems of Durin, cried Gimli. And there's the tree of the High Elves, said Legolas. And the star of the House of Fëanor, said Gandalf. They are wrought in Ithilien. The mirrors that only starlight and moonlight sleeps until it touches by the one who speaks words now long forgotten in Middle-earth. It's long since I heard them, and I thought deeply before I could recall them to my mind. What does the writing say? Said Frodo, who was trying to decipher the inscription on the ark. I thought I knew the elf letters, but I cannot read these. The words are in an elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in elder days, answered Gandalf, but they do not say anything important to us. They only say, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend and enter. And underneath, small and faint, is written, I, Narvi, made them, Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs. What does it mean by speak friend and enter? Asked Merry. That's plain enough, said Gimli. If you are a friend, speak the password and the doors will open and you can enter. Yes, said Gandalf, these doors are probably governed by words. Some dwarf gates will only open at special times, or for particular persons, and some have locks and keys that are still needed when necessary times and words are known. These doors have no key. In the days of Durin, they were not secret. They usually stood open and words sat here. But if they were shut, anyone who knew the opening word could speak and pass in it. At least so it is recorded, is it not, Gimli? It is, said the dwarf. But what the word was is not remembered. Narvi and his craft and all his kindred have vanished from the earth. But do not you know the word, Gandalf? Asked Boromir in surprise. No, said the wizard. The others looked dismayed. Only Aragorn, who knew Gandalf well, remained silent and unmoved. Then what was the use of bringing us to this accursed spot? Cried Boromir, glancing back with a shudder at the dark water. You told us that once you had passed through the mines, how could it be if you did not know how to enter? The answer is to your first question, Boromir, said the wizard, is that I do not know the word yet, but we shall soon see. And, he added, with a glint in his eyes under their bristling brows, you may ask, what is the use of my deeds when they are proved useless? As for your other question, do you doubt my tale, or have you no wits left? I did not enter this way. I came from the east. This fucking thing. If you wish to know, I will tell you that these doors open outwards. From the inside, you may thrust them open with your hands. From the outside, nothing will move save spell of command. They cannot be forced inwards. Look at the... We got a picture. The mines. What are you going to do then? Asked Pippin, undaunted by the wizard's bristling brows. Knock on the doors with your head, Peregrine Took, said Gandalf. But if that does not shatter them, I am allowed a little peace from foolish questions. I will seek for the opening words. I once knew every spell in all the tongues of elves or men or orcs that was ever used for such a purpose. I can still remember 10 score of them without searching in my mind, but only a few trials, I think, will be needed. And I shall not have to call on Gimli for words of secret dwarf tongue that need teach to none. The opening words were elvish, like in the writing of the Ark, that seems certain. Stepped up to the rock again, and lightly touched it with the staff the silver star in the middle beneath the sign of the anvil. Adonedilin, Erdo Hiamin, Fenis Nagathrim, Lasto Bethlamin, he said in a commanding voice. The silver lines faded, but the blank gray stone did not stir. Many times he repeated the words in different order, or varied them. Then he tried other spells, one after another, speaking now faster and louder, now soft and slow. Then he spoke many single words of elvish speech. Nothing happened. The cliff towered into the night, the countless stars were kindled, the wind blew cold, and the doors stood fast. Again Gandalf approached the wall, and lifting up his arms he spoke in tones of command and rising wrath. Edro, Edro, he cried, and struck the rock with his staff. Open, open, he shouted, and followed it with the same command in every language that has ever been spoken in the west of Middle-earth. Then he threw his staff on the ground and sat down in silence. At that moment, from far off, the wind bore to their listening ears the howling of wolves. Bill the pony started in fear, and Sam sprang to his side and whispered softly to him. Do not let him run away, said Boromir. It seems that we shall need him still, if the wolves do not find us. How I hate this foul pool. He stooped and picked up a large stone. He cast it far into the dark water. The stone vanished with a soft slap, but at that same instant there was a swish and bubble. Great rippling rings formed on the surface out beyond where the stone had fallen, and they moved slowly towards the foot of the cliff. Why did you do that, Boromir? Said Frodo. I hate this place too, and I am afraid. I don't know of what. Not of wolves or the dark behind the doors, but of something else. I'm afraid of the pool. Don't disturb it. Wish we could get away, said Merry. Why doesn't Gandalf do something quick? Said Pippin. Gandalf took no notice of them. He sat with his head bowed, either in despair or in anxious thought. The mournful howlings of the wolves were heard again. The ripples on the water grew and came closer. Some were already lapping on the shore. With a suddenness that startled them all, the wizard sprang to his feet. He was laughing. I have it, he cried. Of course, absurdly simple, like most riddles when you see the answer. Picking up his staff, he stood before the rock and said in a clear voice, Meldon. The stars shone out briefly and faded again. Then silently a great doorway was outlined, though not a crack or joint had been visible before. Slowly it divided in the middle and swung outwards inch by inch until both doors laid back again against the wall. Though through the opening, a shadowy stair could be seen climbing steeply up, but beyond the tower, steps of the darkness was deeper than the night. The company stared in wonder. I was wrong after all, said Gandalf, and Gimli too. Merry, of all people, was on the right track. The opening word was inscribed on the archway all the time. The translation should have been, say, friend and enter. I had only to speak the Elvish word for friend and the doors opened. Quite simple. Too simple for a learned lore master in these suspicious days. Those were happier times. Now let us go. He strode forward and set his foot on the lowest step, but at that moment several things happened. Frodo felt something seize him by the ankle, and he fell with a cry. Bill the pony gave a wide neigh of fear and turned tail and dashed away from the lakeside into the darkness. Sam leaped after him, and then hearing Frodo's cry, he ran back again, weeping and cursing. The others swung round and saw the waters of the lake seething, as if a host of snakes were swimming up from them on the southern end. Out from the water a long, sinuous tentacle had crawled. It was pale and green and luminous and wet. Its fingered end had hold of Frodo's foot and was dragging him into the water. Sam was on his knees, now slashing at it with a knife. The arm let go of Frodo and Sam pulled him away, crying out for help. 20 other arms came rippling out. The dark water boiled, and there was a hideous stench. "Into the gateway, up the stairs, quick!" shouted Gandalf, leaping back, rousing them from the horror that seemed to have rooted all but Sam to the ground where they stood. He drove them forward. They were just in time. Sam and Frodo were only a few steps up, and Gandalf had just begun to climb when the groping tentacles writhed across the narrow shore and fingered the cliff wall and the doors. One came wriggling over the threshold, glistening in the starlight. Gandalf turned and paused. If he was considering what would close the gate again from within, there was no need. Many coiling arms seized the doors on either side, and with a terrible strength swung them round. With a shattering echo, they slammed, and all light was lost. A noise of rending and crashing came dully through the ponderous stone. Sam, clinging to Frodo's arm, collapsed on the step in the black darkness. "Poor old Bill," he said in a choking voice. "Poor old Bill! Wolves and snakes! But the snakes were too much for him. I had to choose Mr. Frodo. I had to come with you." They heard Gandalf go back down to the steps and thrust his staff against the door. There was a quiver in the stone, and the stairs trembled, but the doors did not open. "Well, well," said the wizard. "The passage is blocked behind us now, and there's only one way out. The other side of the mountains. I fear from the sounds of the boulders have been piled up, the trees uprooted and thrown across the gate. I am sorry, for the trees were beautiful, and had stood so long." "I felt that something horrible was near from the moment my foot touched the water," said Frodo. "What was that thing? Or were there many of them?" "I do not know," answered Gandalf, "but all the arms were guided by one purpose. Something has crept, or has been driven out by dark waters into the mountains. There are older, fouler things than orcs in deep places of the world." Don't speak aloud his thought that whatever dwelt in the lake, it had seized Frodo first among the company. Boromir muttered under his breath, but the echoing stone magnified the sound hoarse whisper that all could hear. "In the deep places of the world, and thither we are going against my wish. Who will lead us now in this deadly dark?" "I will," said Gandalf, "and Gimli shall walk with me. Follow my staff." Sorry. As the wizard passed on ahead up the great steps, he held his staff aloft, and from its tip there came a faint radiance. The wide stairway was sound and undamaged. 200 steps they counted, broad and shallow, and at the top they found an arched passage with level floor leading onto the dark. Let us sit and rest and have something to eat here on the landing, since we can't find a dining room," said Frodo. He had begun to shake off the terror of the unclutching arm, and suddenly he felt extremely hungry. The proposal was welcomed by all, and they sat down on the upper steps, dim figures in the gloom. After they had eaten, Gandalf gave a third sip of the Minvor of Rivendell. "Will not last much longer, I am afraid," he said, "but I think we shall need it after the horror at the gate. Unless we have great luck, we shall need all that is left before we see the other side. Go carefully with the water, too. There are many streams and wells at the mines, but they should not be touched. We may not have a chance of filling our skins and bottles till we come down to Drimdill Dale." How long is that going to take us?" asked Frodo. "I cannot say," answered Gandalf. "It depends on many chances, but going straight, without mishap or losing our way, we shall take 3 or 4 marches, I expect. Cannot be less than 40 miles from west door to east gate in a direct line, and the road may wind much. 40 miles, dude? What the fuck? After only a brief rest, they started on their way again. All were eager to get the journey over as quickly as possible, and were willing, tired as they were, to go on marching still for several hours. Gandalf walked in front as before. In his left hand he held up his glimmering staff, the light of which just shone on the ground before his feet. In his right hand his sword Glamdrick. Behind him came Gimli, his eyes glinting in the dim light as he turned his head from side to side. Behind the dwarf walked Frodo, and he had drawn out his sword Sting. No gleam came from the blades of Sting or Glamdrick, and that was of comfort, for being the work of elvish smiths in the elder days, these swords shone with a cold light if any orcs were near at hand. But behind Frodo went Sam, and after him Legolas, and the young hobbits, and Boromir. In the dark at the rear, grim and silent, walked Aragorn. The passage twisted round a few turns and then began to descend. It went steadily down for a long while before it came level once again. The air grew hot and stifling, but it was not foul, and at times they felt currents of cooler air upon their faces, issuing from half-guessed openings in the walls. There were many of these in the pale ray of the wizard's staff, Frodo caught glimpses of stairs and arches, and other passages, tunnels, sloping up, or running steeply down, or opening blankly dark on either side, bewildering beyond hope of remembering. Gimli aided Gandalf very little, except by his stout courage. At least he was not, for the most of others, troubled by the darkness in itself. Often the wizard consulted him at points where the choice was doubtful, but it was always Gandalf who had the final word. The mines of Moria were vast and intricate beyond imagination of Gimli, Glóin's son, dwarf of the mountain race though he was. To Gandalf, the far-off memories of journey long before were now of little help, but even in the gloom, and despite all the windings of the road, he knew whither he wished to go, and he did not falter, as long as there was a path that led towards his goal. "Do not be afraid," said Aragorn. There was a pause longer than usual, and Gandalf and Gimli were whispering together. The others were crowded behind, waiting anxiously. "Do not be afraid. I have seen him with many a journey, if never one so dark, and there are tales of Rivendell of greater deeds of his than I have ever seen. He will not go astray. If there is any path to find, he has led us there against our fears, but he will lead us out again, at whatever cost to himself. He is surer of finding his way home in a blind night than the cats of Queen Berethriel." It was well for the company that they had such a guide. They had no fuel nor any means of making torches. In the desperate scramble at the doors, many things had been left behind. But without any light, they soon have come to grief. There were not only many roads to choose from, there were also many places, holes, and pitfalls, and dark wells beside the path, in which their passing feet echoed. There were fissures and chasms in the walls and floor, and every now and then a crack would open before their feet. The widest was more than 7 feet across, and it was long before Pippin could summon enough courage to leap over the dreadful gap. The noise of churning water came from far below, as if some great mill wheel was turning in the depths. "Rope," muttered Sam. "I knew I'd want it if I hadn't got it." Tether's a fun word, let's bring it back, I agree. Yeah, there aren't enough bananas, Oni. They'd be fine. As these dangers become more frequent, their march became slower. Already they seemed to have been tramping on endlessly on the mountain routes. They were more weary, and yet there seemed to be no comfort in the thought of halting elsewhere. Frodo's spirits had risen for a while after his escape, and after food and draught of the cordial, but now deep uneasiness, growing dread, crept over him again. Though he had been healed in Rivendell of the knife stroke, that grim wound had not been without effect. His senses were sharp and more aware of things that could not be seen. One sign of change that he soon had noticed was that he could see more in the dark than any of his companions, save perhaps Gandalf. And he was in any case the bearer of the ring. It hung upon its chain against his breast, and at whiles it seemed a heavy weight. He felt the uncertainty of evil ahead, and of evil following, but he said nothing. He gripped tighter to the hilt of his sword and went on doggedly. Doggedly? Whatever. Company behind him spoke seldom, then only in hurried whispers. There was no sound but the sound of their own feet, the dull stump of Gimli's dwarf boots, the heavy tread of Boromir, the light step of Legolas, the soft, scarce-heard patter of hobbit feet, and in the rear the slow, firm footfalls of Aragorn with his long stride. When they halted for a moment, they heard nothing at all, unless it was occasionally a faint trickle and drip of unseen water. Yet Frodo began to hear, or to imagine that he heard, something else, like the faint fall of soft bare feet. It was never loud enough, nor near enough for him to feel uncertain that he heard it, but once it had started it never stopped, while the company was moving. But it was not an echo, for when they halted it pattered for a little by itself, and then grew still. It was after nightfall when they had entered the mines. They had been going for several hours with only brief halts when Gandalf came to his first serious check. Before him stood a wide, dark arch opening into 3 passages, all led in the same general direction, eastwards, but left-hand passage plunged down, while the right-hand climbed up, and the middle way seemed to run on, smooth and level, but very narrow. "I have no memory of this place at all," said Gandalf, standing uncertainly under the arch. He held up his staff in the hope that finding some marks or inscription might help his choice, but nothing of the kind was to be seen. "I am too weary to decide," he said, shaking his head, "and I expect that you are all as weary as I am, or wearier. We had better halt here for what is left of the night. You know what I mean. And here it is ever dark, but outside the late moon is riding westward and the middle night has passed." "Poor old Bill," said Sam. "I wonder where he is. I hope those wolves haven't gotten him yet." To the left of the great arch they found a stone door. It was half closed, but swung back easily to a gentle thrust. Beyond there seemed to lie a wide chamber cut in the rock. "Steady, steady!" cried Gandalf as Merry and Pippin pushed forward, glad to find a place that they could rest at least more feeling of shelter than in the open passage. "Steady! You do not know what's inside yet. I will go first." He went in cautiously, and the others filed behind him. "There," he said, pointing his staff to the middle of the floor. Before his feet they saw a large round hole like the mouth of a well. Broken and rusty chains lay at the end, trailed down into the black pit. Fragments of stone lay near. "One of you might have fallen in and still be wondering where you're going to strike the bottom," said Aragorn to Merry. "Let's guide go first while you have one." "Seems to have been a guard room made for watching of the 3 passages," said Gimli. "That hole was plainly a well for the guards, used to cover a stone lid. But the lid is broken, and we must all take care in the dark." Pippin felt curiously attracted by the well. While the others were unrolling blankets and making beds against the walls of the chamber, as far as possible from the hole in the floor, he crept to the edge and peered over. A chill air seemed to strike his face, rising from invisible depths. Moved by a sudden impulse, he groped for a loose stone and let it drop. He felt his heart beat many times before there was any sound. Then far below, as if the stone had fallen into deep water in some cavernous place, there came a plunk, very distant, but magnified and repeated in the hollow shaft. "What's that?" cried Gandalf. He was relieved when Pippin confessed what he had done, but he was angry, and Pippin could see his eye glinting. "Fool for took," he growled. "It's a serious journey, not a hobbit walking party. Throw yourself in next time, and then you'll be no further nuisance. Now be quiet." Nothing more was heard for several minutes, but then came out of the depths faint knocks. Tum tap, tap tum. They stopped. When the echoes had died away, they were repeated. Tap tum, tum tap, tap tum. They sounded disquietly like signals of some sort, but after a while the knocking died away and was not heard again. "That was the sound of a hammer, or have I never heard one?" said Gimli. "Yes," said Gandalf, "and I do not like it. It may have nothing to do with Peregrine's foolish stone, but probably something has been disturbed that would have been better left quiet. Pray, do nothing that kind again. Let us hope we shall not get some rest without further trouble. You, Pippin, can go on first watch as a reward," he growled as he rolled himself into a blanket. Pippin sat miserably by the door in the pitch dark, but he kept on turning round, fearing that some unknown thing would crawl up out of the well. He wished he could cover the hole, if only with a blanket, but he dared not move or go near it, even though Gandalf seemed to be asleep. Actually, Gandalf was awake, though still lying and silent. He was deep in thoughts, trying to recall every memory of his former journey in the mines, and considered anxiously the next course that he should take. A false turn now might be disastrous. After an hour, he rose up and came over to Pippin. "Get into a corner and have a sleep, my lad," he said, in a kindly tone. "You want to sleep, I expect. I cannot get a wink, so I may as well do the watching." "I know what is the matter with me," he muttered as he sat by down the door. "I need smoke. I've not tasted it since the morning before the snowstorms. This dude's trying to get high." The last thing that Pippin saw, as sleep took him, was a dark glimpse of the old wizard huddled on the floor, shielding a glowing chip in his gnarled hands between his knees. The flicker for a moment showed a sharp nose and a puff of smoke. It was Gandalf who roused them all from sleep. He had sat and watched all alone for about 6 hours, and had let the others rest. "In the watches I have made up my mind," he said. "Do not like the feel of the middle way, and I do not like the smell of the left-hand way, and there's a foul air down there, or I am no guide. I shall take the right-hand passage. It's time we begin the climb again." For 8 dark hours, not counting 2 brief halts, they marched on, and they met no danger, and heard nothing, and saw nothing but the faint gleam of the wizard's light, bobbing like a will-o'-wisp in front of them. The passage they had chosen wound steadily upwards. As far as they could judge it, it went into the great mountain curves, and as it rose, it grew loftier and wider. There were now no openings to other galleries or tunnels on either side, and the floor was level and sound, without pits or cracks. Evidently, they had struck what was once been an unimportant road, and they went forward quicker than they had done in their first march. In this way, they advanced some 15 miles, measured in a direct line east, though they must have actually walked 20 miles or more. As the road climbed upwards, Frodo's spirits rose a little, but he still felt oppressed, and still at times he heard, or so he thought he heard, away behind the company and beyond fall of patter of feet, a following footstep that was not an echo. 8-bit, what's up? They had marched as far as the hobbits could endure without rest, and all were thinking of a place that they could sleep, when suddenly the walls to the right and left vanished. They seemed to have passed through some arched doorway into a black and empty space. There was a great draught of warmer air behind them, and before them the darkness was cold on their faces. They halted and crowded anxiously together. Gandalf seemed pleased. "I chose the right way," he said. "Last we are coming to the habitable parts, and I guess we are not far from the eastern side. But we are high up, and a good deal higher than the dim Rill Gate, unless I am mistaken. From the feeling of the air, we must be in the wide hall. I will now risk a little real light." He raised his staff, and for a brief instant there was a blaze like a flash of lightning. Great shadows sprang up and fled, and for a second they saw a vast roof far above their heads, upheld by many mighty pillars hewn of stone. Before them on either side stretched a huge empty hall. Its black walls, polished and smooth as glass, flashed and glittered. 3 other entrances they saw, dark black arches, one before them eastwards and one to the either side, and then the light went out. "It's all that I shall venture on for the present," said Gandalf. "There used to be great windows on the mountainside, and shafts leading out to the light of the upper reaches of the mines. I think we have reached them now, but it is night outside again. We cannot tell until morning. If I am right, tomorrow we may actually see the morning peeping in. But in the meanwhile we had better go no further. Let us rest if we can. Things have gone well so far, and the greater part of the dark road is over. But we are not through yet. It's a long way down to the gates that open on the world." The company spent that night in the great cavernous hall, huddled close together in a corner to escape the draught. There seemed to be a steady inflow of chill air through the eastern archway. All about them as they lay hung the darkness, hollow and immense, and they were oppressed by the loneliness and vastness of the dolven halls and endless branching stairs and passages. The wildest imaginings that dark rumor had ever suggested to the hobbits fell altogether short of the actual dread and wonder of Moria. "There must have been a mighty crowd of dwarves here at one time," said Sam, "and every one of them busier than badgers for 500 years to make all this, and most in hard rock, too. What'd they all do it for? They didn't live in these darksome holes, surely." "These are not holes," said Gimli. "This is the great realm of the city of Dwarndorf, and of old it is not darksome, but full of light and splendor, and is still remembered in our songs." He rose, and standing in the dark, he began to chant in a deep voice, while the echoes ran away into the roof. Prepare your anus, there's a song about to start. Thank you for reading. No one has done this to me in decades, and I am 30. No one's read to me in a long time either. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I like to read. Jimmy has a heart on and he's so cool. Let us break into song. The world was young, the mountains green. No stain yet on the moon was seen. No words were laid on stream or stone when Durin woke and walked alone. He named the nameless hills and dells. He drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked into mirror, and saw a crown of stars appear, as gems upon a silver thread, above the shadow of his head. The world was fair, the mountains tall, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings of Nargothan and Gondolin, who now beyond. The western seas have passed away, the world was fair in Durin's day. A king he was on cavern throne, in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor, and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon, in shining lamps of crystal hewn, undimmed by cloud or shade of night, there shone forever fair and bright. Their hammer on the vill smote, their chisel clove, and graver wrote. Their forged was blade, and bound was hilt, a delver mind, a mason built. Their barrel pearl and opal pale, a metal wrought like fish's mail. Buckler and corslet, axe and sword, and shining spears were lain in hoard. Unwearied then were Durin's folk, beneath the mountains music woke. The harpers harped, the minstrels sang, and at the gates the trumpets rang. The world is grey, the mountains old, the forge's fire is ashen cold. No harp is rung, no hammer falls, the darkness dwells in Durin's halls. The shadow lies upon his tomb, in Moria, in Khazad Dûm. But still in sunken stars appear, in dark and windless Mirror. There lies his crown in water deep, till Durin wakes again from sleep. I like that, said Sam. I should have liked to learn it, in Moria, in Khazad Dûm, but it makes the darkness seem heavier, thinking of all those lamps. Those piles of jewels and gold still lying about here still. Gimli was silent. Having sung his song, he could say no more. Piles of jewels, said Gandalf. No, the orcs have plundered Moria. There's nothing left in the upper halls. Since the dwarves fled, no one dares to seek the shavs and treasures down in the deep places. They are drowned in water, or in shadow of fear. Then what do the dwarves want to come back for? Asked Sam. For Mithril, answered Gandalf. The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron, their servant. Such things they found here, it is true, especially iron, but they did not need to delve for them. All things they desired they could obtain in traffic. For here alone in the world was found Moria's silver, or true silver as some have called it. Mithril is the elvish name. The dwarves have a name which they do not tell. It's worth about 10 times that of gold, and now it is beyond price, for little is left above the ground, and even the orcs do not dare delve here for it. The loads lead away with north towards Karhardus, and down into darkness. The dwarves tell no tale, but even as Mithril was foundation of their wealth, so it also was their destruction. They delved too greedily, and too deep, and disturbed that from which they fled, Durin's bane. Of they brought to the light of the orcs have gathered nearly all, and given it in tribute to Sauron, who covets it. Mithril. All folk desired it. It could be beaten like copper and polished like glass, and the dwarves could make of it a metal, light and yet harder than tempered steel. Its beauty was that of a common silver, but the beauty of Mithril does not tarnish or grow dim. The elves dearly loved it, and among many used it to make Thilden, Star Moon, which you saw upon the doors. Bilbo had a corslet of Mithril rings that Thorin gave him. I wonder what has become of it. Gathering dust in the Michael Delving Madam house, I suppose. What? Cried Gimli, startled out of his silence. A corslet of Moria silver. That was a kingly gift. Yes, said Gandalf. I never told him, but its worth was greater than the value of the whole Shire and everything in it. Frodo said nothing, but he put his hand under his tunic and touched the rings of his mail shirt. He felt staggered to think he had been walking around with the price of the Shire under his jacket. Had Bilbo known? He felt no doubt that Bilbo knew quite well. It was indeed a kingly gift, but now his thoughts had been carried away from the dark mines to Rivendell, to Bilbo, and to Bag End in the days while Bilbo was still there. He wished with all his heart that he would be back here, and in those days, mowing the lawn, or pottering among the flowers, that he had never heard of Moria, or Mithril, or the ring. A deep silence fell. One by one the others fell asleep. Frodo was on guard. As if it were the breath that came in through unseen doors of deep places, dread came over him. His hands were cold and his brow damp. He listened. All his mind was given to listening and nothing else for slow 2 hours. But he heard no sound, not even an imagined echo of a footfall. His watch was nearly over, when, far off where he guessed that his western archway stood, he fancied that he should see 2 pale points of light, almost like luminous eyes. He started. His head had nodded. Must have nearly fallen asleep on guard, he thought. I was on the edge of a dream. He stood up and rubbed his eyes, and remained standing, peering into the dark, until he was relieved by Legolas. When he lay down, he quickly went to sleep, but it seemed to him that the dream went on. He heard whispers, and saw the 2 pale points of light approaching slowly. He woke and found that the others were speaking softly near him, and that a dim light was falling on his face. High up on the eastern archway, through a shaft near the roof, came a long pale gleam, and across the hall through the northern arc light also glimmered and faintly distantly. Frodo sat up. "Good morning," said Gandalf. "For morning it is again at last. I was right, you see. We're high up on the east side of Moria. Before today is over, we ought to find the great gates and see the waters of Mirror lying in the dim dale before us." "I shall be glad," said Gimli. "I have looked on Moria. It is very great, and it has become dark and dreadful. I have no sign of my kindred. I doubt now that Balin ever came here." After they had breakfasted, Gandalf decided to go on again at once. "We are tired, but we shall rest better when we are outside," he said. "Think that none of us will wish to spend another night in Moria." "No, indeed," said Boromir. "Which way shall we take? Yonder eastward arch?" "Maybe," said Gandalf, "but I do not know exactly yet where we are. Unless I am quite astray, I guess that we are above the north great gates, and it may not be easy to find the right road down to them. The eastern arc will probably prove to be the way that we must take, but before we make up our minds, we ought to look about us. Let us go eastward from the light of the north door. If we could find a window, it would help, but I fear that the light only comes down in deep shafts." Following his lead, the company passed under the northern arch. They found themselves in a wide corridor. As they went along it, the glimmer grew stronger, and they saw that it came back through the doorway on their right. It was high and flat-topped, and the stone door was still upon its hinges, standing half open. Beyond it was a large square chamber. It was dimly lit, but to their eyes, after so long a time in the dark, it seemed dazzlingly bright, and they blinked as they entered. Their feet disturbed a deep dust on the floor, and stumbled among things lying about the doorway whose shapes they could not at first make out. The chamber was lit by a wide shaft high in the further eastern wall. Slanted upwards and far above, a small square patch of blue sky could be seen. The light of the shaft fell directly on the table in the middle of the room, a single oblong block, about 2 feet high, upon it which lay a great slab of white stone. "It looks like a tomb," muttered Frodo, bent forward with a curious sense of foreboding, to look more closely at it. Gandalf came quickly to his side. On the slab, the runes were deeply graven. Some runes there for you. Judge Dredd, yes. Jimmy has a heart on it. Gray, oh my god. Never had a bubble bath, Momo? That's crazy. We've been reading on stream for a couple hours now. I'm almost done, I think. Yeah, we've got another page. Never mind, we've got like 3 words on a page. These are Darren's runes, such as were used in... These are Darren's runes, such were used of old in Moria, said Gandalf. Here is written in the tongues of men and dwarves. Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria. He is dead then, said Frodo. I feared it was so. Gimli cast his hood over his face. The next chapter will be chapter 5, the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, so be sure to stay tuned for whenever we do that. We are almost done with the Fellowship. A great feat indeed. It will be continued at some point, yes. I think I would like to finish it before winter ends. So we will strive to do so. Applause! Thank you. No thank you. Left guy. Thank you all. Thank you all for attending the reading. I like reading Lord of the Rings. Now comes the sorrow of the hobbits. Shit's gonna get fucked up. Shit's about to get fucked up. Everyone thought they were sad before. Shit's about to get real fucked up. Lord of the Rings, winter is ending. Now we sleep after this great book reading. Yeah, everybody go to bed. It's bedtime. Daddy says it's bedtime, and I have to go to work. So... And I don't want to. This has been a very lovely afternoon. Thank you so much. I am glad, Adam. It's been a nice chill time. I do like reading on stream, too. It's like pretty much the same thing as normal stream. Except I'm not reading things people say. Thank you for reading. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And thank you everybody on YouTube for coming. I appreciate that too. 2:30 a.m. Get some sleep, Scorch. It is kind of your bedtime, is it not? Good, you didn't lose your job. You were worried, and by extension, so were we, I think. Yeah. I was very stressed out that that was going to happen, so. I'm fine. Everything's gonna be fine, hopefully. I just really hope that going back to work doesn't fuck up my sleep schedule again. Because I've come to really enjoy my sleep schedule. I wake up in the morning, and I like that a lot. Been a great week, to be honest. Good. I'm glad. I hope to do more, I'm gonna try and get the setup for kitchen streams a little more figured out. So it's easier for me to set it up, and we don't have to be late every time I do them. I want to get that a little more figured out, and then hopefully it'll be easier for me to just do kitchen streams or living room streams or whatever. I think this format of just kind of hopping around in here for a week at a time really works, so fingers crossed that it continues to work. I'm glad everyone's enjoyed this week. It's very nice to see. Very nice to see. But I'm not tired. I guess E. coli is out of your system. Yeah, I'm good. A plague rat no more. I will not infect anybody any longer. Good. Fire Daddy's about to come show them his whiplay. I wasn't worried. License in the hole. I mean, it's the ace in the hole. Now when I read, I will hear your Gandalf in my head. Good. I don't know if it's any good. Fuck, I missed the reading. Uriel, it's fine. You can watch it when it ends. It'll be up on YouTube too. You get to fuck up sleep schedule. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get a fucked up sleep schedule. I'm gonna try and fight it as best I can. Thanks for streaming. Take care and rest well, everybody. Have a great week. Remember to always find reasons of kindness, especially self-kindness. I like that. Thanks for the thanks on YouTube as well, gang. That's really sweet. Thank you for a very cozy time. Thank you for coming to Cozy Time, Sour. Sheriff can Gandalf me anytime. Heyo. Thank you for the stream. I appreciate hearing reading. I appreciate that you guys appreciate it. That's nice. Maybe you guys can read to me one day. My sleep schedule has been F for years and years. I agree. Not worth it. I hate it. I hate it. I don't know how vacation fixed me. I really don't. But I'm very thankful for it. I'm trying to be as thankful as possible. I'm not going to do a raid today because I really need to go. I gotta go get ready for work. So, I love you guys very much. Let's get some typing done here. Be sure to love you back. Love you too. Good luck, Banana. Left guy, thank you. Be sure to check out the socials. There's a bunch of them. I haven't been posting on a lot of sites for a while because I've been really sick, but I'm getting back to it as soon as I can. My suggestion wasn't trolling. It's okay. Sheriff reads classic books could be a great normal thing. I would love to do that regularly, yeah. It just sucks because, like, you have to read through them, and it takes kind of a lot of streams. Don't overdo it as much as possible. I'm doing my best. Be sure to check out the socials. Be sure to check out the YouTube channel and subscribe over there if you guys want. And don't forget to follow here. Patreon is a thing. If you want to give some extra support and see behind the scenes stuff and like art and other random crap and like recipes, you can subscribe there. I don't post a lot, so let that be known. Subscribe at your own risk. Discord, though. Be sure to check out the Discord community, where we have voice chats and stuff, and like hangouts and movie nights. We haven't done that in a while. Fuck me. You know, just the usual Discord stuff, but it's a nice little sense of community. You also get good updates on stream. Not really. It's kind of the bot's dumb. Never mind. Before War and Peace. And we stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday at 12... Nope. We stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'm usually late. If it's not by a few minutes, sometimes I'm later. I don't know. But sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm on time. So there's that. So stay tuned, please. We will be back on Monday, that means. So for the weekend, be sure to hang out in the Discord with your buddies. And, you know, do the thing and be safe and well and merry and eat some good food. Oh, Halloween is this weekend, so please have a safe Halloween weekend. I would really like for you guys to be safe doing that. Enjoy trick-or-treaters if that's what you're doing, or partying if that's what you're doing. I am not doing much. I'm hoping to have some trick-or-treaters. We'll see. Isn't it Tuesday? I don't know, but a lot of people celebrate on this weekend, so please be safe while you do that. I miss you all. I'm never early. I arrive exactly when I mean to. Have a good night, Sheriff. You too, Doctor. Thank you all for coming to the reading, though. I really appreciate it, and thank you all for doing double watching. If you're watching on both platforms, I really appreciate that. I'm not supposed to encourage one or the other, so watch on both, or watch whichever one you're more comfortable with. It's great. We can multi-stream now. It's wonderful. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, please do. We're so close to monetization. I can taste it. Yeah. Actually read the words and flipped the pages. Pretty hot, lol. Thanks, Kenny. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go to work. But I love you guys, and I'll see you on Monday. Praise potassium. Stay ripe. And do not let the bedbugs bite. And I'll see you guys on Monday. And hopefully I'll get a haircut next week, maybe. That would be cool. Bye, Krusty. Bye, everybody. Thank you guys for coming. Love you. I'll see you guys on Monday. Bye.